Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is your host, your favorite pseudo-intellectual, Lord Hellespont V, reporting to you live from Los Angeles. We are actually right now watching the co-feature of the card from Hulu Theater at MSG in New York City. And a fight broke out at the end of the third round. Until then, the Cuban double Olympic champion Robesi Ramirez was trying to dictate his pace and his style onto his opponent Abraham Noah in this featherweight contest. It's a pretty exciting fight since then, since Ramirez caught Abraham Nova at the end of that round 3 with some nice combinations. And since then, he has been stalking him. Ramirez has been sitting on his punches, delivering a lot of effective shots. Nova is trying to stand his ground, and he's quite honestly, he's putting a brave fight. But from a technical standpoint, Ramirez is so superior to him, both in terms of his attack and his defense. The way he counters him is quite vicious. So every time, actually, Abraham Nova wants to launch an attack, he stretched him. He stretched him, and it's done. It's done. Ramirez, every time he opens up, I was about to say about Abraham Nova, he gets countered with something vicious. And in this case, he's completely stretched. He's knocked out of his senses. And the referee, the minute he saw his head hit the canvas, called the fight off, and it's done. The Cuban double Olympic champion Robesi Ramirez adds another win by way of knockout to his resume. Now, Robesi Ramirez was one of the hottest prospects in boxing when he started his professional career. At the time, of course, there are some recent developments now. Cuban boxers start their professional careers. Yeah, I did, Igor. I did, Igor. But at that time, of course, Robesi had to run away from Cuba. He started here, signed with Top Rank. And the reason for that was because when he won his second Olympic gold, he fought in that final against Shakur Stevenson, who is today one of the top pound-for-pound fighters, of course, being already a 2-division champion. And Ramirez was actually the last person to beat Stevenson, right? Stevenson is undefeated in his professional career. A champion at 126, a champion now at 160. And wow, that was a nice knockout when beautiful left cross right on the button, and there's just no saving Abraham Nova at this point. I'm quite frankly, I'm glad the referee called this off immediately, because the way he fell from that cross just didn't look pretty. So I was saying, probably Top Rank had in mind to match Robesi Ramirez and Shakur Stevenson relatively early in both of their professional careers. And what happened was Ramirez actually lost his first professional fight. That happens. You know, one of my all-time idols in and outside of the ring, Bernard Hopkins, had lost his first professional fight. Henry Armstrong, one of the all-time legends, a 3-weight champion, where there were only 7 weight divisions. He had lost his first professional fight. There's so many. There's so many. And when it comes to Robesi Ramirez, he lost his first professional fight, and that supposed showdown between Stevenson and Ramirez never happened, and Ramirez had to basically build everything from the ground, reinvent himself in a way, reinvent his boxing style. And here we are now. He has a style that is now much more oriented towards the professional game. He has a style now that is much more vicious, much more violent. Um, every punch, in a way, thrown with the intention to hurt his opponent, and improves his record now to 10 wins, 1 loss, and 6 of his wins by way of knockout. And the tail of the tape for the fight of the night, the money line is -625 for Artur Beterbiev, and +450 for Joe Smith Jr., which means, of course, the late money is going towards Joe Smith Jr. Jimmy, welcome to the channel. Igor, once again, welcome. That was a vicious left cross. Beautiful shot that just knocked out basically Ramirez's opponent, Abraham Nova, out cold. So the late money is going to Joe Smith because the last time I had checked, a day ago, it was +700. And of course, I don't give any betting advice. I don't encourage anyone to bet. But obviously, the smart money would be on Joe Smith, who has a puncher's chance. Now, if we roll the tape back a little bit, and for those who know a thing or two about the state of the light heavyweight division today, it was, in a way, given the spotlight a little bit by the appearance of Canelo, of course, Saul Canelo Alvarez, who accomplished his goal of becoming an undisputed champion at 168 super middleweight, and once again moved up to 175, where he had fought an old and possibly depleted Sergey Kovalev before to actually win a major championship belt there, which he then dropped. GB Vol, this is ESPN Plus. So I'm thinking it's probably shown on ESPN. I am watching it on the app where I have an annual subscription right there across the screen. So that's why I have this cross-eyed vision. And it should be on ESPN, though. Double check. The top ranked cards are usually on ESPN, and that's one of the great things about it, right? You get to see boxing on one of the major sports networks, along with Fox Sports, of course. So going back, Canelo stepped up again and fought what many see to be the best in the light heavyweight division in a fight that we called here on this channel against Dmitry Bivol, who holds the WBA version of the championship belt. Canelo lost, very clear decision, if you ask me. I think considering the difference in size and frame against a younger, well, not younger, I think they're practically the same age, but a young prime champion who really belongs to that weight. I think it was too much of a challenge, and don't believe what anyone tells you. Size absolutely matters, and Canelo's fight in the last Cinco de Mayo weekend against Dmitry Bivol was a case in point. This is not to underestimate in any way Bivol's skills. He's probably one of the best technicians in the game, certainly one of the best technicians above welterweight, I would say, 147 and up. There are not many who have such solid boxing fundamentals. He always manages his distance so well, which helps him both defensively and considering his size and his reach. It also helps him deliver his punches with maximum torque, with absolute leverage, and you could see that against Canelo, right? Dimitri Bivol fought a very strategic fight. He was very calm, very collected, very focused throughout 12 rounds. And but when he started putting his punches together and he started gaining ground, basically after the fifth, sixth round, um, he could genuinely push back Canelo, and you could see how his frame was so much more imposing on Canelo than Canelo's punching power and explosiveness was on him. So it was a daunting prospect to face him already, and I think Canelo just realized that was perhaps too big of a bite all of a sudden. So he's moving down now, and in the Mexican Independence Day weekend in September, he is completing his trilogy with Triple G, which leaves us the light heavyweight field as is, because at the end of the day, Bivol defended his belt, so he's still the WBA champion. Artur Beterbiev, who has 7 wins, all of them by way of a stoppage, 17 knockouts. He holds 2 championship belts, the IBF belt, which he had won, and then the WBC belt, which he won in a unification battle with the Ukrainian champion Alexander Gvozdyk in Philadelphia. I think it was in 2019, I want to say. He basically retired Gvozdyk. A lot of people were favoring Gvozdyk. The Las Vegas was favoring Gvozdyk. You see where my allegiances stand. I'm even against my best intentions. I'm wearing something with crescent and the star. I'm wearing something with a Russian flag, something with a Chechen flag, simply because it's a Beterbiev shirt. So I was supporting Beterbiev, and I was just thoroughly impressed by the way he wore down the Ukrainian champion round after round, having knocked him down early, which was initially overruled. But Teddy Atlas, who was a great boxing mind and who was actually in the corner for Gvozdyk that night, had realized what was coming early and tried to convince his charge to stay in the fight mentally, because that's what they had underestimated, right? And this is again something that people underestimate about Beterbiev. There are 2 things that people underestimate about Beterbiev. One, because he's such a powerful puncher, people assume that he's not that much of a technician. He's not that much of a boxer, except he is a pressure fighter, right? So he might not be a pure boxer who fights from distance, but that doesn't mean he doesn't know how to use the fundamentals of boxing, the foundations of the sweet science, to cut off the ring, to close the distance on his opponent, to get in that pocket and actually fight on the inside in a way that absolutely batters his opponent. His ability to generate shots generate power from his shots in close distance when he is fighting on the inside is scary. But his mentality is just at a different level. And I was watching this Blood, Sweat, and Tears documentary series that Top Rank ESPN produces in the run up to these fights, and they were doing everything to present Joe Smith Jr., hey, who has the name, right, as the common man. But all they could show about Joe Smith Jr. is him going around in Long Island and being treated as a star. Whereas in Arthur, you have this you have this generally common man, unrecognizable as a fighter outside of the ring. Honestly, uh, thoroughly a family man who doesn't have any bad habits. He doesn't drink. He doesn't party. It helps, of course, that he's an observant Muslim, right? He doesn't smoke. He doesn't do any of these things. And the scenes that they showed him with was, playing with his kids in the park, sitting in a silly little diner and ordering huge breakfasts for his family when he's trying to keep his own diet. um you know th- that is actually the life of a simple man, not the kind of guy who goes around in his hometown and is simply being adored by everybody. um I'm trying to, I think Joe Smith reminds me of another champion, and he was actually in he was a middleweight champion, of course, who uh, who again rose to fame and rose to prominence and became a champion out of nowhere suddenly, and it was a great achievement, right? When Kelly Pavlik became um, a champion, and he was also understood as the representative of the common man, right? And I remember how um, Bernard Hopkins had completely outclassed him, and that's the kind of fight I'm expecting here. Except, of course, this I think is going to end in a stoppage. So, pardon me. Wasn't Charlo supposed to fight today? The middleweight Charlo, Jermal Charlo, was supposed to fight today. Supposedly, there was an injury. Not that anyone cared about the fight because it was an opponent who um, who was beaten years ago by Andrade, um, another middleweight champion. I think who was also beaten by. Um, oh, sorry, that was a close fight, but he was. Um, he fought. Who was that Philadelphia Puerto Rican fighter who also appeared in one of these Creed movies? Gabe Rosado. Gabe Rosado almost actually was beating this Suletsky. Um, anyway, so no one really cared about the Charlo versus Suletsky fight, and it was canceled because supposedly Charlo was injured, but then he posted videos on his social media partying. So I don't know how an athlete whose fight was canceled because he was injured then goes on to party out. This is not my world, guys. I don't I don't understand. But there's always something going on with that supposed big Charlo who fights at 160. I'm a huge fan of his brother Jermel Charlo, who is at 154, the undisputed champion now, having beaten Brian Castano, and he's now gonna fight the young Tim Tszyu, who is from Australia and who is actually the son of the legendary Kostya Tszyu, who was a great pound for pound fighter. Jay Gray Sweater is back. Oh, by the way, Igor says, I hope Smith versus Beterbiev is a good show and competitive, but I feel that Beterbiev will wipe Smith after like the fifth round. I think so. I think, honestly, look, I don't like over promising, but I really think this will be even easier than most people think, quite frankly. I think Joe Smith just looked quite drained at the weigh-in. I know I shouldn't make too much. I shouldn't read too much into little things sometimes, but it's kind of what I do. So even before the fight starts, I make up my mind in a certain way. Sometimes it's a good guess, sometimes it's not. I have been wrong before, and many times over. But in this case, I just thought that he was drained. He was mentally drained. He didn't look focused. It looked like he had trouble making the weight. And that's actually a very important part of boxing, especially professional boxing, where a lot of fighters compete 20, 15, sometimes 25 pounds below their walking weight, which is not always the healthy way. And I feel like Joe Smith really drains himself to shrink himself into that frame, whereas Beterbiev, having fought in the amateurs all the way up to 199 pounds at the so-called heavyweight level, which corresponds to the professional cruiserweight division, seems to be always around his fight weight year round, right? Because he doesn't have an off switch. He never flicks things off. He's always on. He's always focused. He lives and breathes boxing. Famous last words, of course, right? I will pile on all this praise on King Arthur, and suddenly he will somehow lose. But I really don't expect that. Look, once again, Joe Smith has a puncher's chance. I think Joe Smith is a better boxer now and a better fighter now than the version of him who fought Dmitry Bivol, which was his first shot at a championship title, at a world championship. And he really buzzed. I think it was at the end of 10th round. He landed a punch either right at the bell or right after the bell. It wasn't a foul. It wasn't anything vicious, but it landed so well that Bivol had a hard time making it to his corner. And Arthur is not invincible, right? If he's hit with a shot like that, he might go down and he might not be able to get up. Who knows, right? So Smith has a puncher's chance. It's undeniable. But I think people underrate the kind of technician Artur Beterbiev is, and just the kind of constant pressure he puts his opponents under. He's not gonna he's gonna have an easy enough time. And again, I'm wearing this shirt because unlike Marco, of course, who is from Canada, and Arthur for this fight represents Canada, I have to show my colors. You can't take it for granted that I support Arthur. I even made sure to keep my beard. I was gonna shave it off today, but I said, "Hey, Arthur is fighting, so let's have a full beard and try to look like the actual beast from the east." He's from Chechnya, or he's a Chechen, as you guys might know, and just a very ferocious fighter. Where the thing is, again, people have tried to box with him, which is to say, really try to keep him at bay, try to keep him at a distance, try to, in a way, take away his power from him. This is what Marcus Brown also tried to do in the very last fight. And Marcus Brown, even though he's not as great as people made him out to be, as great of a threat as people made him out to be, he's an Olympian. He knows how to box. But it was just too much. The pressure was too much on him. The way Arthur has been working the body, landing the body shots, uh, just wore him down completely after 5, 6 rounds. And I don't see anything different here, honestly. Um, I would be really surprised if Smith somehow makes it past round 7 or 8. For me, there's no scenario that Smith wins. Again, by a good shot that makes its way to Arthur's chin, maybe even early in the fight. I think the longer the fight goes, the less chance Joe Smith has, because again, Beterbiev is really steady. He doesn't usually leave it to the last round, which makes people assume that he might not have that gas tank. But actually, he switches things to, from 10 to 11, so to speak, once the fight seems to be getting too long for him, which is what he did against Marcus Brown, right? He had this vicious cut on his head, which was supposedly due to an accidental headbutt. And I think it was an intentional headbutt on Marcus Brown parts, because it happens to every single one of his opponents. That cannot be a coincidence. And Beterbiev just flicked the switch and completely bulldozed through him. So it's I think the longer the fight lasts, the less of a chance I give for any Joe Smith shot to get through and knock Arthur out. So if he takes him out, I would say maybe in the first 4 rounds, maybe the 5th round. But I think that's a very, very slim chance. Big Meat says, I lose sleep over the Explorer too. Wow. Smoking Joe really wants an Explorer 2. Jay Gray says, put a picture of an Explorer 2 under your pillow. And he wants the 5-digit reference, because that is the rightly proportioned, that's the appropriately proportioned version of that particular Rolex reference. Yeah, we should get you one. We should find you the perfect Polar Explorer 2. There we go. The 5-digit 16570. It's a classic. I think it makes absolute sense. It's different enough from everything else in Joe's collection. It's a very useful watch. It's a watch that you can wear for the everyday. It's a Rolex sports watch. What else do you want? It's perfect. And even in a way, it has a more rugged and more, pardon me, utilitarian feel compared to a GMT Master, because of that sandblasted, satin finished stainless steel bezel. That is like a 24 hour indicator, rather than like a bicolor, bidirectional bezel that the GMT Masters have. So that's a great watch. That's a great watch for the everyday. Igor says the weight thing that seems pretty common in UFC MMA, where they cut like 20 pounds shortly before their fight. Yeah, in MMA, I think it's even worse a lot of times, in UFC at least. I'm not sure why that is, but there are a lot of fighters who collapse and just have to pull out, and withdraw from their fights as well in UFC, either because maybe they're a little more strict and a little more conscious of the deleterious effects of that sort of weight drain. Because guys, at the end of the day, if you drop weight by dehydrating yourself, you are dehydrating everything. You're also basically dehydrating your um, membrane, right? And boxing is not the kind of sport where you uh, have to, go through 12 rounds of professional fighting, getting hit on your head with your brain jiggling around in your dry skull. That's not, you don't want that. And you don't want that in MMA either. But in MMA, usually fights are last much shorter, and they're not always decided by punches, by hits that impact your head. Um, there's so many different ways of ending and finalizing the fight, stopping your opponent. That's brain damage. I'm not gonna say, of course, it is an issue, but I think it's less of an issue than it is at boxing, and you really don't want to dehydrate yourself. Now, the fighters are making their way to the ring. Um, of course, again, Artur Beterbiev holds two versions of the championship, the IBF and the WBC belts, whereas Joe Smith Jr. holds the WBO belt. I'm actually feeling great, Dirk. Thank you so much for asking. I feel great. I went to the gym again today earlier. It was a great session, and I feel very much energized. I'm still not 100%, but hey, you can't always wait until you're 100% to perform. Arthur is already in the ring. Now Smith is coming. Of course, this is New York City. Smith Jr. being from um, Long Island, I think they negotiated at least the right for him to walk in last. So he's coming in now. Arthur is already in the ring. Beterbiev was listed first, of course, so that may have been something that negotiated. Arthur's name goes first, but Joe walks in last, which is usually what the A sides do in each case. And Igor asks, how much do you think each of them are making tonight? If I let me check this, because last time um, something like this happened in the light heavyweight division. It was again between Beterbiev and Gvozdik, right, when they were fighting for unification in October 2019. And they were, for that fight, each making 1.5 million. So I would say somewhere between that and maybe $2 million for either, yeah, for each of them. Yeah, because that was again right before COVID. So it wasn't like a shrunken down purse or anything. It was actually quite generous, right? For two fighters, yes, who were world champions, but who were in a division that was not necessarily under spotlight. The light heavyweight division came into its own a little more, but it's still not one of the premier, one of the most recognized, one of the so-called glamour divisions. It's always been in the shadow of the heavyweight division, of even the middleweight division. But to have an American champion in the division always draws eyes onto a division. To have Canelo fight in that division at least once every so often. He has already two fights, one against Kovalev, one against Bivol, one win, one loss. Makes this a little more attractive. So I would say at least 1.5 million, but probably in the range of 2 million. It's close, guys. I have been waiting for another unification ever since that night in Philly. So It's great. 175 is actually one of my favorite divisions. Um, it has, of course, something to do with the fact that Hopkins, having lost his undisputed championship at 160 at middleweight, moved immediately up to light heavyweight and actually became a champion there as well. So ever since then, light heavyweight has been one of my favorites. Of course, I always was a great fan of Andre Ward as well, who moved up from 168 and became a unified champion at light heavyweight as well. I think he's announcing the fight tonight as well. Of course, we won't hear that since we are not showing any video or audio on this channel. Frank B says this should be a good one. Yes, I think so. However long it lasts, it will be a very good fight. Let me refresh my tea in the meantime, guys, and I will be right. There we are. All right. It's here, guys. It's here. It's here. Round one. And I'm going to be scoring the fight as well. Joe's using his jab, but he's also a pressure fight, just like Arthur. So he's using that jab to get close. Oh, an overhand right away. Seems to have gotten Joe Smith's attention already. You see the way he shifts and starts stepping into that right hand. I'm saying for Arthur Beterbiev. Joe is fighting very intelligently so far. It's only been 40 seconds, but he keeps pumping that jab to keep Arthur at bay and followed it up with a nice body shot that seems to have gained Arthur's respect. And now finally, since Arthur is fighting against a genuine pressure fighter like him, you can see how well he actually uses his feet, right? In terms of shifting positions, in terms of resetting, in terms of keeping the proper distance and angles on his opponent. But Joe Smith is certainly earning Arthur's respect already in this first round. You can see he's patient, walks in with his jab, steps in with his jab, and once he has Arthur's, a genuine fight is breaking out by the ropes there. Arthur put together a very nice combination, but yes, once Joe Smith seems to be pushing Arthur behind, and when he gets him by the rope, he's quite vicious with him, and it's ruled a slip. It's ruled a slip, but those shots got Joe Smith's attention. Those clubbing shots, God knows with what kind of will and what kind of force Arthur is hitting his opponents, but those clubbing shots from the inside pocket are really making Joe Smith feel Beterbiev's power? Guys, there are 40 seconds. Anything can happen in this first round. And as the legends have said about Hagler versus Hearns, this is only the first round. We are in for a real fight tonight. Another straight right by Beterbiev. Now Joe is on his back foot. Already knocked down, Joe Smith Jr. before the end of the round. Yes, they have received the bell now. Yes, Igor. Smith didn't know where that one is coming from, and that is a 10-8 round for Artur Beterbiev. And Igor, he's not only is Smith getting hit too much, he's also getting hit too much by one of the most ferocious punchers in boxing today. Not only in that division. JB says he better keep that right hand up. Igor says even with his guard up, he's getting just clubbed around once more. A right that made Beterbiev's power felt. You are seeing now the knockdown on your screen. Incredible right hand there, overhand right, that's made Joe Smith stumble and go to the ground. Left hook, doubles up on that left hook. One more. Smith is really not doing really well. He keeps coming forward. Another knockdown. He keeps coming forward, but Smith is really not doing well. Guys, I told you, it's not. It's going to be easier than what people think, and this has been 2 rounds already, and this is the second time that Smith has been officially knocked out. Stepping in with that jab, now snapping his head back, Joe Smith's head back. Artur is coming in ferociously, uppercut, hook, straight. He's almost going through the ropes, knocked down again. He made it back to his feet almost immediately, but this fight is not lasting much longer. This is, I don't think he's making to the end of the round. The referee lets him continue, but I highly doubt that Smith Jr. is going to make it to the end of this round. He's trying to clinch. He's trying to hold on to Artur. ABC, my brother, thank you for being here. I'm doing really well. Thank you. Thanks. GB Vol says, oof. Artur is going for the kill now. Those clubbing right hands, a left uppercut. Oh, that was basically another knockdown. Joe saved himself by that clinch. Artur is being very calm and collected and calculated. Smith is on spaghetti legs, and the referee calls the fight. I told you all that this is going to be easier than what people thought. An absolute smackdown by Artur Beterbiev. An absolute battering. Again, Smith Jr., the heart of a champion. He just kept coming. He didn't relent. No one thought that he was a great technician. No one thought that he was the most defensively responsible fighter. People knew that Joe Smith Jr. had the heart. People knew that Joe Smith Jr. had the power, but he was simply outclassed by Artur Beterbiev. Today, it wasn't about anything other than the efficiency, the proficiency in which these two fighters used their power today. All due respect to Joe Smith Jr., he deserves all the credit for having taken this fight, having stepped into the ring for a unification. Not every champion fights other champions. This is something that should be mandatory in boxing, that should be respected in boxing, but not every champion does that. And now this sets up an interesting intra-Russian rivalry. Dmitry Bivol versus Artur Beterbiev for the undisputed light heavyweight championship of the world. Two Russians by citizenship, right? Two Russians by birth, but also two Russians who have very interesting paths to being Russian. And this should give you an idea about also, I'm sure most of you know, but how diverse Russia is as a country. Of course, Artur is a Chechen by ethnicity, and he was born in Dagestan, was a mountainous region in Caucasia. And Dmitry Bivol is the child of a Moldovan father and a Korean mother. And a Korean, his mother is a Korean who is second or third generation in Russia. So an interesting intra-Russian rivalry in a way that makes it, I think, a very fascinating human interest story. Jake Brooks says, another level. He never recovered from the first knockdown, seemed off balance. Yes, that was a shot that caught him on his temple. That can never be good. So again, much respect to Joe Smith Jr., much respect to Beterbiev, who very kindly and generously and in a very friendly manner went to Joe Smith Jr.'s corner after the fight was called off, to congratulate his opponent on his heart and on the great fight that he gave him. Frank B says, wanting to go blow by blow, blow for blow, probably was not the best strategy. Frank, you're right. You're right. On the other hand, people who tried to box and keep the distance from Beterbiev have lasted longer, but have not won and have not really come close to winning their fights. So Smith, I think rightly, wanted to use his strengths, wanted to focus on his strengths. And he gave a go. He gave a go. I mean, the first round wasn't a bad round for him until he got caught. Right? Until he got knocked down at the end of that round, you could make a case to give that round to Joe Smith Jr. because he was pushing Arthur back and unloading some really vicious shots once he caught him by the ropes. That wasn't such a bad strategy until it was not. So until it was a bad strategy, right? So it was, he really tried his best, but people say, just as a euphemism, I hate to say, I was right or something. I love saying I was right and I called it, and that makes me happy. But it's always like that, right? Always when I seem so sure, I have to introduce all these caveats and try to understand all the ways that it can go wrong. But I think he tries it his best. Frank B says, if I would have taken one of those blows on the temple, I think I'd still be out. Guess that would be better than getting mauled for an entire fight. And guess what, Frank? That's actually a very good point to start thinking about this fight and its aftermath for Joe Smith Jr., right? Because at the end of the day, Joe Smith Jr. doesn't have to retire at all after this fight. There's a whole career for Joe Smith Jr. at various levels, and one way of seeing this is, would it have been better for Joe Smith Jr. and the longevity and health of his career if he actually got battered by someone like Artur Beterbiev for 8 rounds, for 10 rounds, for 12 championship rounds? That doesn't seem, I mean, that kind of fight and that kind of beating can possibly take years off someone's career. I'm not saying getting knocked out like this before you even make it to the bell in the second round is a good thing, but relatively speaking, this is Joe basically got away easy. Joe got away nicely. Joe got away with, I'm hoping and praying, most of his faculties intact, and Joe will live to fight another day. And it's not a bad way to lose a fight against Artur Beterbiev. I would rather be knocked out by Beterbiev in the first or second round than having to go 12 rounds with him. And that's why I'm not a fighter myself. So physically, it's a better thing that he got knocked out earlier. And mentally too, it's a better thing, because as many people in the audience were saying, he can kind of tell himself, yeah, I could never recover from that one shot. I could have been more careful. I should have been more focused defensively. I could have done better, right? If only I wasn't hit like that at the end of the first round. If only I wasn't knocked out right like that, right? So he will at least mentally transcend that moment and say to himself, I can do better. I'm better than this. And Joe Smith Jr. has already done that 3 times, right? This is not a very young fighter who is experiencing his first professional loss. This is Joe Smith Jr.'s 4th professional loss. He had a pretty rough path to a championship. He had to really grind to get that belt. And ultimately, he will pick himself up again and he will live to fight another day. And I think there are still many, many interesting fights for Joe Smith Jr. in this division. And he's also a big guy. So maybe towards the end, he can even move up to the cruiserweight division and have some interesting fights there. A quick point, of course, the promoter of both Artur and Joe Smith Jr., Bob Arum, for Top Rank, he was saying that he has already a fight arranged for Artur to defend all 3 belts if he won tonight in the UK against Anthony Yard, who is a contender from the UK. So they're going to probably be fighting in the UK, probably in London. And that could be a big fight. And that could be, again, one way of generating interest in a future undisputed clash, whether it's going to be between Beterbiev and Bivol, the two Russian champions, or if Anthony Yard somehow pulls off an upset, maybe we'll see him traveling somewhere, maybe to the US, or maybe fighting again in the UK against Bivol. Anthony Yard, of course, fought Sergey Kovalev for his belt, his WBO belt, in Russia. And he was having decent success in that fight, but in a way he blew his load and was completely depleted, and Kovalev took him out basically by a stiff jab. And that was the fight right before he fought Canelo, which he lost, being stopped by Canelo, being knocked out by Canelo in round 11 himself. So Anthony Yard, after that, lost to, I want to say, Arthur, what was his last name? Anthony Yard. Lyndon Arthur. He lost to Lyndon Arthur. Then he got himself back in the winner's brackets and fought the rematch with Lyndon Arthur and stopped Lyndon Arthur, putting himself back again into world championship contention. And there we are again. And he's probably going to end up fighting Arthur Beterbiev for the unified light heavyweight championship, possibly in his hometown in London. He was in the audience today, Anthony Yard, in New York City at the Hulu Theater in MSG. And it should be interesting to see how this division develops now. Of course, again, Canelo seems to have settled with the fact that he lost to Bivol. He's going back down to 168 to complete the trilogy, fighting for his undisputed championship belts against his arch rival Gennadievich Golovkin in September. Bivol, in the meantime, should have a fight. I don't know who is fighting. Possibly the Mexican former super middleweight champion Zurdo Ramirez, who has been now campaigning at 175 for a while. That could be an interesting fight. And then we will see if this division opens up for an undisputed championship. Canelo might still want to come back to exact revenge at Bivol. I think that would be the wrong decision for him. It's just a bad style matchup. It doesn't say anything bad about Canelo. Of course, no credit taken away from Bivol, who is, again, one of the best boxers in the game today. But he had this very distinct advantage of belonging to that weight division, fully filling in to his frame at 175 pounds. Having fought professionally at that division, he also knows how to take the punch of a light heavyweight. So the usual explosiveness and power of Canelo that made people like Callum Smith wilt, people like Caleb Plant wilt, people like Billy Joe Saunders wilt, had basically no effect on Bivol. Remember how Canelo fought for his first major championship belt at super middleweight at 168 against Callum Smith, and he was constantly battering and hitting his left arm and hitting him wherever he could find them. And at the end of the fight, or towards the end of the fight, he had basically torn up Callum Smith's bicep, and his left was just not working. Smith's left was just not working. He tried the same thing with Bivol, and Bivol basically made fun of him after the fight, saying, So it's a different thing to fight with someone who is so much larger than you, who has that size advantage on you, no matter how proficient you are, no matter how efficient you are, no matter how strong you otherwise are, compared to people of a similar size and frame as you. Jake Brooks says, did you see that both main event fighters had an all black Adidas boxing shoes? Arthur's were gold, I think. Yes, I did. I did. I'm a huge fan of Nike's boxing boots, actually, and you might just know why. Roy Jones had his Jordans, of course. Um, so did Andre Ward. So did Triple G. So I'm a huge fan of the lighter, more lightweight boxing boots that Nike did with the Jordan brand for people like Andre Ward, for people like Gennady Golovkin. Um, and I'm a huge fan. But Adidas, the three stripes is just a very distinct aesthetic. I have to say, even though I enjoy Nike's products better than Adidas, um, I think the three stripes is actually better than uh, the swoosh as a brand logo. So that's all I'm gonna say. Of course, the Jordan pirouette is something special, and I think that's another level of branding altogether. Guys, the replays of the knockdowns are coming through now. Um, there's not much more to see, honestly, and it's at a certain level, it's again, it's heartbreaking. I always say this, whatever fighter I support, it's not it's never nice to see another another man's dream shatter in this way. And boxing is not just one sport among others, right? Um this is about beating the living ish of your opponent. This is about beating uh, the will to live from your opponent. This is about um, forcing your opponent to fight or flight. And at the end of the day, it's never nice to see another man beaten down, um, except when that man happens to be, of course, a human stain. We have many in our community, as you know, starting with Bird Brain and Oshin, or Ocean, as we more recently say, and both of these scum, of course, deserve the worst, and the worst is yet to come upon them. So the broadcast is about to close, and we can switch gears to watch talk. We were talking about dress watches yesterday. Um, I was, of course, then wearing my Jaeger LeCoultre Reverso Grand Date, which I really like as a dress watch, even though it has that asymmetric dial. I think it fits the bill pretty well. And I had promised hands, knees, and toes that I would wear my 5-digit date just 16019 on a leather strap today. I don't think he's in the audience, and he's in the UK, so he may have already fallen asleep. He may have already gone to bed. But this is a watch I really like. I love, of course, wearing it on its Jubilee bracelet, but it can it can be a great dress watch that way. I like putting it also on this gray leather strap with contrast stitching, because it kind of enhances that monochromatic look and gives it a certain sporty feel. And this is in the 36 millimeter size. So if you have skinny wrists like I do, it is actually a very nice fit. right? It doesn't look too small at all. And really, for it's a watch for all occasions. I think it could be a one and done for the right person, for the person who is not bitten by that collector bug. In the meantime, guys, if you have been enjoying the show, please hit that like button. It really matters. Um, every upvote counts. And while you're at it, tell all your friends, spread the word, share the link, and help us grow the community here, where we do a lot of sports talk as well, in addition to the Watch Talk, which is our regularly scheduled programming. Yes, they're interviewing Joe Smith's trainer right now, who seems to be pretty heartbroken. Of course, I can't really share. Um, yeah, I'm looking at my scoring, but didn't really need to do much scoring tonight, for better or worse. Um, yeah, it was a pretty interesting fight. Arthur Beterbiev improves his record to 18-0, all wins by way of knockouts. The only champion, of course, the only current world champion who has this sort of knockout percentage. And of course, 7 of those knockouts came in championship fights. He hasn't lost a fight. Well, he hasn't lost a fight in the professional game, but he certainly hasn't lost um, a fight since he won that IBF championship belt, and now he is the unified IBF, WBC, and WBO light heavyweight champion. Um, it's pretty impressive. It's pretty impressive, and he fought for Canada tonight. Um, we know the current political situation, so I don't think he would have been allowed to do it any other way. Um, but he is a citizen of Canada. He has been residing in Canada. He has fought his entire championship career from Canada. So I think it makes sense. And that sounds great. All right. I was actually gonna do a little bit today earlier about sports watches on leather straps, um, and maybe I will do a dry run today. Feel free to click the link if you wanna jump on. The link is already shared. But basically, it was largely about the Italian impresario Luca Cordero di Montezemolo, who is known mostly for wearing his GMT master all over the place. But more recently, I have been digging through some of the other pictures that I came across from him, and I have seen him wearing other kinds of watches, and it wasn't always in the most conventional way. This is a young Luca Cordero de Montezemolo when he first joined Fiat. He was, in an important sense, Gianni Agnelli's protege. You can see them both here on the tarmac, having probably landed and walked out from a private jet. Agnelli characteristically wearing there his wristwatch over the cuff of his shirt, and Luca Cordero di Montezemolo walking casually by his side. But yes, so for the most part, I used to see Montezemolo with his Rolex Pepsi GMT Master, which he wore on its bracelet, of course, on its oyster bracelet, whenever he was in a full business suit, whenever he was even rocking more casual outfits. For example, here he is uh, being the Ferrari president at the time with a blue Oxford cloth shirt with his sleeves rolled up. And once again, he's wearing his Rolex Pepsi GMT Master there on its original oyster bracelet, right, covering up that little tattoo he has on his left wrist. Um, but then again, I also found a few pictures of him, um, again, wearing either a full suit or a slightly more casual outfit like this, which is a combination of sports jackets. You can see in, pardon me, in glam plaid here with like a pumpkin over check and a nice pair of trousers that play along well with the earth tones of his jacket. Um, a nice tie with some texture in a very dark navy blue, and he's actually wearing a Patek Philippe Calatrava 5127G, which is the slightly sportier version of the Calatrava, right, of Patek's um, main line of dress watches. 5127G, 5127, which is now discontinued, used to have the crown guards, right, which gave that watch a slightly more modern and slightly more sporty look, and a date display right there. And of course, it has an automatic movement. So he wears that, of course, on a leather band that looks like a croc leather strap, uh, some sort of crocodile or alligator leather strap, and that looks just perfect as well as a dress watch, right? Something like this would go perfectly well in a business suit or in a in a combination like this of a nice patterned sports jacket with something that plays well with it, with a pair of trousers that combines with it. Um, but then again, I also started seeing him wearing some of the other pieces of his Rolex sports collection on leather straps in similar situations, right? There he is. Of course, we can't see the bottom part of his outfit, um, but I'm assuming this is a similar outfit to what we saw just before with that glam plaid sports jacket and um, an earthen brown pair of trousers. Here he's wearing a menswear classic that you can find in many American, Ivy League or trad wardrobes as well. A salt and pepper herringbone sports coat or sport coat. Nice woolen tie, right? That has an houndstooth pattern, and he's wearing his 5-digit Polar Explorer. This is the watch that our Smoking Joe Farmer, is dreaming about, that he is losing sleep over. Smoking Joe is having wet dreams about a Polar Explorer just like this. And with this particular outfit, Luca Cordero di Montezemolo is wearing his Polar Explorer on vintage styled dark brown leather band with that and stitching there. And you can see this actually among a lot of Italians. It's one of those things that rose out of necessity or utility and became in and of itself a stylistic quirk. What do I mean to say? Just some decades back, the secondary market of Rolexes, the market for pre-owned Rolexes, was full of watches with stretched out bracelets, watch heads only, uh, bracelets that had too many links taken out and were too small for most people. So a lot of people, when they inherited watches, when they were passed down watches, or when they found some great deals in the pre-owned market with bracelets that were too small, that were too broken down, that were too loose, uh, or that they couldn't just bother getting adjusted to their wrist, or they simply found a watch head on the secondary market, simply put it together uh, with a leather band. It was a great deal, and Italy, as you know, is full of great cobblers and people who do great work on leather. It's much cheaper and in many ways quite elegant to put together that watch with a leather band that can make that watch very useful for more than one occasion. Now, again, I don't want to give you the impression that you can't wear a Rolex watch um, with a full suit on its own bracelet, right? This is a classic look. A gray flannel suit can mean business. This is an older Ralph Lauren ad, Ralph Lauren ad. It can be also quite dull and maybe too formal, but here it's broken down. Here it's made a little more casual and relaxed by wearing a roll neck, a polo neck, or what people also call a turtleneck. And it makes it a beautiful outfit, and it's paired up or finished and polished nicely by that Rolex sports watch on its oyster bracelet, right? I don't want to say this is a look that doesn't work, but if you want to show that you know a thing or two about style, that you know a thing or two about putting an outfit together, choosing the right kind of leather strap with the right outfit can really do wonders. Here we see again the former president of Ferrari, Luca Cordero di Montezemolo, on again in a full suit, this time in a pretty dark and tone on tone um, glam plaid suit, and he's wearing a 4-digit Submariner. I can't get it close enough, so it's either a 5512, which is 4 lines of writing here at 6 o'clock, or 5513. In either case, this is a no date Submariner, a classic, and a great representative of a nearly all black aesthetic. And here he combines it with a beautiful, simple black calfskin leather strap with some padding, right, which balances it out because this is at the end of the day a sports watch. So you give it a sporty leather strap, and it could go just as well with shirts and jeans or with polo and khakis, but it's absolutely not out of place when you see it in a full suit in a pretty dark color here, uh, in an absolutely immaculate grenadine tie, right, which is like a very nice pattern of woven silk. and it's it works, and it works just as well as the Polar Explorer does on this more rugged leather strap with a tweed herringbone jacket. And you see how, in a way, he's picking up a color from his outfit, right, which is white. Um, and here he's picking up a color from his outfit, both due to the black dial of the Date Submariner and the leather band. And it works in a way just as well as a dress watch does with this outfit, a 5127G Patek Philippe Calatrava. And it works just as well as that uh, Rolex GMT Master Pepsi works. And you see here again Montezemolo in old age and a young Montezemolo wearing what is presumably the same watch, again with an outfit that's strictly business. So this could be an interesting way for you to give new life onto a watch that you wear perhaps every day. That is perhaps your one and done, your one and only watch. You can add another point of interest. You can complement your outfits, and you can really bring out another aspect of that watch. You can add another layer to your experience with that watch by changing things around a little bit. And people, of course, do these with in the modders community, right? You know, with dive watches, people love putting them on different kinds of straps, different colors and combinations of NATO straps, the sailcloth straps that are becoming really popular, other kinds of canvas straps. And people sometimes stop thinking about these sorts of options um, when it comes to a certain different segment of watches, like the Rolex Professional range, as if they are meant to be exclusively worn with the stock bracelet. That's absolutely not true, right? Especially if you are dabbling in the vintage market, especially if you are a fan of pre ceramic Rolex watches, right? So anything before 2007, for example, um, you owe it to yourself to change things around once every so often. You really owe it to yourself to see how some of these watches look on a leather strap, and I think it's a very interesting way of sometimes dialing down the severity of the look, making it even more casual, uh, making it a little dressier, right? When you put it on a black leather strap, while still preserving the sporty, dynamic aesthetic by that choice of something with padding and something in simple, supple calfskin. And ultimately, you know, you are just giving yourself another way to enjoy your watches, another way of getting mileage out of your watches, another way of making different kinds of memories with your watches. Jay Gray says the way watches droop on his wrist, a display of weakness, in my opinion. Maybe that's why he had to resign from being the Ferrari CEO. I think he must have been very weak to have gained that position in the first place, Jay Gray, and maybe he just wasn't up for it. After decades, he was finally found out because the watches were too loose on his wrist. So guys, don't rob yourself of the chance of experiencing your new old new watches in a different way by not putting them on leather straps, because they belong on leather straps and on NATO straps and on canvas straps and on sailcloth straps just as much as they belong on their original bracelets. There's so much more life, so much more use, so much more interest in those watches than just the default setting. So again, this is my date chest, right? Which is very simple, all steel except for the white gold fluted bezel. But it can look slightly sportier on this kind of, simple grained leather band without breaking down that monochromatic aesthetic, which already looks good. Messaging Matters says, I just watched the highlight. The fight was just the highlights, really. Messaging Matters. So you haven't really missed much, quite frankly. It lasted less than 6 minutes in the ring, but thanks for dropping by. Jake Brooks says about Ferrari selling the sexiest cars in existence. Yeah, by the way, what made him lose his job was, even though all in all, Ferrari had a great run under his presidency in terms of drivers and constructors titles. But I think for a while they had a championship drought, and since Schumacher has been out of the game, Scuderia Ferrari has never been quite the same. But I think ultimately that was what brought him down, because there was a lot of pressure on him for just not winning championships in Formula One. So that made him lose his job, and it didn't really matter how sexy the cars were and how many cars that he sold. It's an interesting game, Formula One, for these car makers. Jake says, so does he make the power play to have watchmakers bidding to have it on his wrist? I'm not sure. Honestly, I think we have to go back to the Archie Luxury playbook when it comes to this, right? Is there a country for old men? I would say Montezemolo is and has always been quite a stylish man, but he has really reached the apex of his power in older age. And I'm not sure when it comes to Swiss watchmakers. I don't really think that they are really trying to put their watches on the ages of middle-aged and aging executives in Southern and Central Europe, because that is, at any rate, that is their customer, right? The Italian upper class, the Italian middle class has always been great customers of Rolex, so they don't really need to do much marketing there. But I think a lot of, yeah, I mean, listen, here's the case. I've just read this news, and I think this can be illustrative. Um, I'm not one of those people who actually hates Francois Henri Benamias, the Audemars Piguet CEO. But apparently they just shared, or he just shared, that he will be he will be going out as the CEO by the end of the year. And his era is lauded as a great success, and surely, they have outdone themselves in sales year after year. But that's really been the case by some inexplicable force that made watches relevant in a way that they never were. And this hype around sports watches with integrated bracelets and blue dials that hit around 2016, 2017, and only gained ground afterwards for some years. I mean, that wasn't something that Benamias achieved. Um, so to me, it's kind of strange, right? I don't actually mind him. I think he's a great entertainer. I think it's funny to watch his interviews. It's great fun. But the fact that he is now acclaimed as a CEO, uh, because of what? I mean, because Royal Oak is popular. I thought Royal Oak was designed in the 70s. What does that have to do with Benamias' success? And Royal Oak started gaining ground in 2012 anyways, and I think that was right before, or maybe the first year of Benamias's of leadership. I think when did he actually begin? Apparently, he's leaving at the end of 2023. Sorry, let me correct myself. So he has another full year after this. Um, trying to see what year did he begin his presidency, or what year did he become? Yeah, he became in 2012. Um, yeah, that seems interesting to me, that you have a hype around the watch that was designed in 1972, that started exploding in 2012, and then when Drake started talking about his Patek Nautilus, people started going crazy about the model all over the place. And we're here now that Benamias is lauded as some sort of Steve Jobs of the Swiss watch industry. What has he actually done? I really don't know. He is a funny guy. I will give him that. He's very jovial. He's a decent conversationalist. Whether he's a good businessman who should be commended for his acumen and success, I have no flipping clue. And hey, this is an open platform. So if anyone is listening, feel free to jump in and check me and correct me. But I find it kind of comical that somehow this is presented as a success story. I mean, imagine in 10 years, if things don't go as well, what will they remember him as the person who introduced code 1159? It's really funny. I think actually he's very intelligent, because This is seemingly his decision. It's his decision to leave at this point in time, and not right after the 50th anniversary, but of the Royal Oak, but a year after. So, as you know, again, I'm one of the people who is advocating against the idea that the watch market is crashing at this point in time. It's tending towards the crash. The prices are coming down. The hype is dying down, but it's going to take a little longer for a crash to go into full effect. And François Henri, he's smart. So he's saying now, let me bask in praise now. Let me uh, get some of these laurels and praises from the 50th anniversary of the Royal Oak. Let me reap some of the benefits of the hype that it generated, of all the prices that some of the historically important, some of the first generation of the Royal Oaks have realized in auctions, um, by uh, by Philips for the 50th anniversary, by Sotheby's with the Gérald Jantat Heritage Foundation. And ultimately, next year he's going to leave. And when things start coming crashing down, when things start tumbling down, when the watch industry is coming apart at seams, he'll be gone. And I can, well, I mean, I can't guarantee this, but I'm suspecting that his next job will not be with within the world of horology. I think he's gonna work his way onto something possibly bigger and better, and probably outside of the world of watches. So I think this was the right time. I think he made the right decision to step down. He will reap some of the benefits from the 50th anniversary of the Royal Oak, which is their iconic model, which is, to my eyes, in the current line of production, still the only watch that I would ever consider. And then next year he will be gone. And I don't really think things will be really pretty for the Swiss watch industry. And Audemars Piguet is not going to be an exception. This is interesting. I like this journal, by the way, this magazine, Ohren Kosmos. It's in German, of course, so that might limit some of its audience, but I really appreciate their reporting. Die ganze Welt der Uhren, the entire world of watches. That's the approach. That's the spirit. I like it. I like it. There's a place for everything. Speaking of which, I was trying to troll another CEO on Instagram who actually deigned down to respond to me, which probably wasn't a good decision on his part. But I didn't really, I wasn't being petty. But he was basically Georges Kern, the Breitling CEO, said the most beautiful classic pilot's watch on the market, the Super Avi Mustang GMT, and my opinion is not biased, he says. And it's a beautiful watch, and you can see how the design clues of this watch are more or less based on the Type 20 specification, right? You know, those large, legible Arabic numerals, the three registers, right? Well, I mean, more than the three registers, because they used to come with two registers as well. In fact, two registers at first, but the whole big eye subdial here at 3 o'clock, which is not a big eye in the AVI here. That used to be a 15-minute totalizer, and that is in more modern takes and in civilian production turned into a 30 minutes counter. The hands, of course, generously loomed and quite syringe-like, even though they are not proper syringe hands like they are in the Breguet Type 20, for example. And of course, the 12-hour bezel, which was part of the issue. I'm not sure if the current generation of Breitling AVs have the flyback function, which is part of the Type 20. But anyway, so since he said the most beautiful classic pilot's watch on the market, I tried to be smart and I said, since the Breguet Type 20 is no longer on the market, I'll have to agree. And he said, just saying, the AVI and or co-pilot and or that style came first. Indeed, others followed Breitling later on. And I think he meant the civilian production of the watch. And I said, absolutely true, especially when it comes to public production, right? You know, for civilian purchases, for civilian customers. My allegiance to the Type 20 notwithstanding, I really appreciate everything you do with Breitling, Monsieur Kern. You have my respect. Anyway, I'm glad he responded, but I must have prodded him in some way, because clearly Breguet has a better claim to that heritage than Breitling. Of course, among a lot of other companies, right? The Breguet wasn't the one and only company that produced pilot's watch according to the Type 20 specification. Let me just share with you what other brands there are. There are right now. There is Dodin and Oricoste, right? Who still produce these sorts of watches, and it belonged to the original group of suppliers, of watchmakers who made these watches for the French Navy, for the air forces of the French Navy, Aéronaval, which was the name of the no date chronograph in Breguet's Type 20 series. But the original Type 20 manufacturers were Erain, Oricoste, Dodin, Maté Tissot, Celiva Chronofix, and Vixa. And of the seven, I think only Breguet, Oricoste, and Dodin continue to make similar pilot's watches today. And as you might know, Breguet stopped making its Type 20 Aéronaval, its classic Type 20 without the dates in 2018. And it stopped making the transatlantique, the one that has the date function in 2020. So there's no longer a Type 20 in Breguet's lineup. There's still a Type 21 and Type 22, which are inspired by the same heritage. You can eye here. You see Breitling's AV has these similar hands. This is a classic Breguet Type 20. You can see that it has the uncrossed T. It has the big eye 15-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock, which is nicely proportioned against the onion crown. And an absolute classic, of course, and absolutely beautiful that belongs to the first generation of Breguet's pilot's watches. Thomas is back. Hey, lovely to see you, man. Contrived and inauthentic. Just one more proxy example of our time. What were we talking about? By the way, does that jacket come in terry cloth? You're catching up from back, I think. The Type 20 meets the Breitling Navi timer. Yeah, I think Avi. Look, the Breitling Avi is a beautiful watch, but for me, it has two drawbacks. It is a proper pilot's watch, but for me, the fact that it's 46 millimeters makes it a little unwearable. For me, certainly, right? That doesn't have to be for everyone. Maybe you have the wrist size to pull it off, and more power to you. But for me, 46 millimeter for even a sports watch that you're going to wear on a daily basis, I think it's too large. But more importantly, I feel it's a little too tricked out, right? It does the GMT function and everything else that is going on the dial of that watch makes it a little confusing for me. And it reminds me, as Thomas said, more of the Navi timer than a proper Type 20 French-inspired pilot's watch. Thomas is saying Bollywood Breitling lift an idea and claim it as an innovation, not authentic. Well, I mean, I wouldn't actually disrespect Bollywood in that way, because I think Bollywood films are actually extremely original and authentic, and nothing like anything else. I don't like Bollywood films. I have to tell you that, because I can't suffer musicals, and I can't suffer musicals even less when they have nothing to do with the plot, which is usually the case with Bollywood movies. But aesthetically, they can be really pleasing. When someone else is watching it, I love just sitting back and enjoying the scenery. But anyway, still, I would defend them for being their own thing, which a lot of Breitling's products are not, at least not today. They are nice, though. They are nice. I do like the Premier series. I do like their classically inspired versions. I'll just show you a few wrist shots with those in a little bit, but I just wanted to go through this particular bit with you. This was the civilian production Breguet Type 20, which the previous owners of Breguet introduced in 1995, I think, 1995, 1996 maybe. And they enlarged the case size a little bit. The mil-spec version, the military-issued version, the French Air Force's issued version was 38 millimeters and change. This was a 39 millimeter case. The case itself was a little more stylized, the lugs very aesthetically drooping down. The entire case had this fluted classic Breguet decoration all around, which was quite noticeable, especially on the case flanks. The bezel had changed to a 60-minute counter from a 12-hour indicator. The flyback was preserved, and there was this became again a 30 minutes totalizer rather than 15, but somehow still has a 15 minutes marker, basically. And this is the Type 20 Aéronaval, the air forces of the French Navy, literally. And then they also had a Type 20 Transatlantique, which had a date window right here at 6 o'clock, and which had a brushed bezel. Then the polished bezel of this particular watch. This, by the way, is quite a high polish watch otherwise. And the Aéronaval had a matte dial, whereas, if I'm not mistaken, Transatlantique had a glossy dial. Both beautiful watches, no longer in production today. You can see the coin edging here on the Type 22, but this is what I was talking about. This is a very classical principle of Breguet decoration. I have a little magazine here from Breguet that I can share with you, where they're talking about aesthetic codes of Breguet, and that's one of the elements that they really foreground, right? So when they took what was originally a mil-spec watch, a watch that was produced towards utilitarian ends to be used by pilots in the French Air Forces. Of course, they didn't have such decorations, but when they wanted to reintroduce it in the modern lineup as a luxury sports watch, that was one of the first elements they did. They stylized the lugs a little bit. They made the finish all in high polish in at least the entry model and the most representative model. And they preserved the aesthetics to a large extent. And I think it was a great success initially. And this was a boon for Swatch Group to inherit when they took over the company around the turn of the last century from Investcorp. And I think the model had a good run. But I do understand why they have discontinued it ultimately in 2018 and 2020, because this was really a watch, both in terms of its pricing, and I'm talking specifically about Type 20, and its also its movement. You know, we need to take that into account, because at the end of the day, having a flyback chronograph is great, which is what? So this is the start stop pusher, right? And this is the reset. In in most other chronographs, or in any chronograph really that doesn't have the flyback function, you start, then you have to stop, then you have to reset, and then you have to start again, right? So it's like a 4-step process to start a new interval, right? So when you actually are using your chronograph to time shorter intervals, it's great to have a flyback function, because you start, the chronograph is running, and you just press the reset button, and it goes back to zero and starts on its own, continues to move. So you can basically reset and start timing another interval right away by the push of a single button. That's a great function. But this was a cam and lever chronograph rather than column wheel. the movement is what they called Breguet caliber 583, which was essentially Lemania. Sorry, I think it was 582, maybe. I think it was a Breguet caliber 582. Yes, that's right. Flyback chronograph caliber, essentially a Lemania 1350, an automatic chronograph, average, you know, uh, moderate frequency movement, 28,800 oscillations, semi oscillations per hour, um, and a 48-hour power reserve with the added flyback function. Um, but being a cam and lever chronograph, it was inferior to a column wheel, for example, which you can leave running for the center seconds without introducing any extra wear and tear to the movement. And I think column wheel chronographs also have a little bit of haptic feeling to the pushers. That's a little different. It feels a little sturdier. Um, and it just seemed like an inferior option. Um, so even though it provided um, it provided an accessible price point into Breguet, it was not really aligning with the with the brand image that Breguet was setting up for itself within the Swatch Group as this high horological giant, and that's what's associated with the name Breguet, right? With Breguet, you have the inventor of tourbillon. You have one of the most vaunted names in horology that is associated with invention, with advancement, and with a certain kind of reliability. But in a cam and lever chronograph compared to a column wheel, you have something that's cheaper, that's less precise to produce, has usually more or less the same number of parts, but it's just a simpler movement. And there's a tendency sometimes of the chronograph seconds hand, the center seconds hand, to stutter right when you're starting and stopping, right? Whereas with a column wheel vertical clutch chronograph, uh, you have a certain feeling of precision, both in terms of the haptic feeling of your hand, and in terms of how you see that seconds hand. Um, there's a certain feeling and there's a certain vision of precision that comes with a column wheel chronograph that gets rid of the stutter of the uh, chronograph seconds hand, of the center seconds hand, that is sometimes a problem with a cam and lever mechanism. Thomas says a 47 millimeter is massive. It was a Longines. I just was at Longines to look at their line, looking good at as a great entry point as for new watches. I checked out the Pilot watches. Lindbergh was huge. Actually, if I were looking today to get a watch that embodies this aesthetic, and I was looking at something new, I would certainly go with the Longines Avigation Big Eye. And from an aesthetic standpoint, this is basically visually a more rugged version of what was once the Breguet Type 20 Aéronaval. And of course, you have here a slightly bigger case, right? This is not an outrageously large watch. It's 41 millimeters compared to the 39 millimeters of the Breguet Type 20. This is actually, I think, of course, it has a sandblasted finish, right? You know, it's a stainless steel watch, but has this, again, a rather severe um, and matte look that is achieved by a sandblasted finish. I think it has a, yes, it has a column wheel chronograph movement, which is a nice improvement. It does not have a flyback function, but it has the Type 20 aesthetics, and at a price point that is much more accessible than the Breguet Type 20. And this is a very, very serviceable watch, right? Sorry that I kept that message on the screen if you couldn't see it. This is a great pilot's watch, very wearable size, tool watch aesthetic with the screw down case back, which was one of the specs of the Type 20, to be sure, right? The first generation of even civilian production of Type 20s, thanks to the screw down crown and the screw down case back, actually were water resistant up to 200 meters, which was later reduced to 100 meters of a depth rating, still quite respectable for a chronograph and for a sports watch. And in this watch, you have a 3-bar resistance, so a 30-meter resistance, which is not much. In the Breguet Type 20, again, thanks to that screw-down case back and thanks to the crown, you had in the beginning, I think for 90 up to 1996, you had a 200-meter depth rating, and those were marked by a crown that was capped in gold, right, for the Breguet initial there. And later on, you still had a very respectable 100-meter rating, thanks to the screw down case back. And this is, by the way, the one watch Breguet produced in 2019 for for the Only Watch auction, right? And it's a manual wound chronograph that has a modified Valjoux movement with these two registers of the same size, and they produced a different version of it that was a big eye for Only Watch 2021. And that was a gorgeous piece. Big Meech says elite luxury. Jay Sykes, one circle is bigger, a bit of balance. That was meant to be bigger. That's the big eye. That was the 15-minute totalizer, which apparently is used to be, at least at that time, apparently the golden standard. They had to get a plane ready to go. So they would basically use that totalizer to prepare the plane. so that they don't go over time. So Longines basically borrowed from that aesthetic there by having the big eye, and this is the big eye that Breguet produced for 2021 for that only watch auction. And that crystal just gives the nicest distortion effect. That crown is beautifully proportioned against the big eye, against the asymmetrically larger 15-minute totalizer as against the running seconds. And everything just looks beautiful. Of course, this dial is made to look aged. Just a great color scheme and a great great leather strap that goes with it. And this was the 2019 with the onion crown and the coin edge / fluted bezel. And this is the 2021 that they did with a 12-hour indicator, rotating bezel, and a different version of a big crown. Breguet 2021 is super. It was a one-off. Yeah, it was just one watch. Jay Sykes says, if your airplane goes into 100 meters of water, you're completely safe while your watch is anyway. Absolutely. You just don't want to be going down. Elite luxury. Yes, I mean, look, this was once the Pontiff's watch. And he still keeps saying that this was the watch that made him fall in love with chronographs. Before he saw a Breguet Type 20, apparently he wasn't really into chronographs. The Longines quality is very good, fair price. Yeah, that was Longines Avigation Big Eye, which is a very nice 41 millimeter sized chronograph with a column wheel movement that retails for $28.50. Great alternative to the Type 20, which Breguet doesn't offer anymore, and which was again a civilian model, anyways, right? That didn't make every single part of the military specification into the production model. So same with the Longines, right? Longines wasn't one of the original suppliers. Yes, that's not a flyback chronograph. Yes, a flyback is a cool function to have, especially if you are using your chronograph, if you're timing short intervals. But for aesthetic purposes, Longines Avigation Big Eye, which we considered before when we were looking at chronographs on this channel, is a great option. And I'll just share that video as well when we were talking about chronographs in an earlier show. Can't seem to find it. Oh, the best chronograph. Okay. Jay, actually, yes. This was the first time that Swiss was on my show, and he dropped it like a bomb. And I was like, shit, man, Swiss, I like you, but did you come to sabotage the show or something? Because he was showing me, check out this pilot's watch that the kamikaze pilots were using. And I was like, Really? This is the topic that um, we are discussing tonight. But anyway, so and it had a whole essay. The auction lot had a whole essay that highlighted this notion, right? That these were extremely rare and never really make it to the auction markets because of obvious reasons, right? Since they were used in in kamikaze operations, I suppose not many have survived. Um, but yeah, that's an interesting pilot's watch to be sure. Yes, Breguet 2020. I think I like them both actually. I like the Breguet 2019 because that has all the design cues right here of a classical hand wound chronograph, but with a more distinct tool watch look. Right? It's just cool, and that onion crown, that's like the visual signifier for a pilot's watch, right? So this is a beauty for sure. But then again, the 2021 pièce unique, that then looks like a proper uh, type 20 watch. So it doesn't just look like a manual uh, wound chronograph. It has the big eye. So again, visually, that's what it leads to. It has those big Arabic numbers, of course, as its doppelganger has as well. The syringe hands increase the vintage flavor a little bit, and of course the 12-hour bezel, right, is another visual signifier of that type 20 specification. But here they are side by side. Um, yeah, I think at some point they're going to reintroduce a more bare bones pilot's watch into that lineup, into that type 20, 21, 22 lineup, because they're still keeping the name of the lineup with all the three references, even though they haven't had anything in the type 20 range for the last 2 years. I think they are probably gonna have a new movement, and they will reintroduce something that is more of a bare bones pilot's chronograph, possibly with a hand wound movement, but I doubt it. I doubt it. The reason I doubt it is very simple actually, because for these only watch auctions, they were using modified Valjoux movements, right? So they weren't really working on a new movement to then perhaps modify it and trick it out for a longer production run. They were just modifying Valjoux movements to um, to produce these watches. So I think they will reintroduce a Type 20 at a certain point in time, but I'm guessing it will still have a 3 register probably. It will probably be an automatic movement that borrows more so from the Lemania heritage than the Valjoux hand wound. But I'm still excited to see what they will come up with, especially after having seen these two watches. Any pics of the vintage Santos Dumont? Why not? Let's check it out. I I have actually never seen the original Santos. Um, that was, as you know, a watch made for Alberto Santos Dumont. This is a Cartier Santos from 1912. I'm guessing from the Cartier Museum. And the first watch was 1904. It says the exact watch worn by Santos Dumont himself is lost, but surviving early examples show basic elements that are present in today's Santos and other Cartier watches. And you can see kind of the bezel with screws, the elongated Roman numerals here. In this case, you have Breguet hands, and you have a nice, lovely crown there with a very stylized cabochon. The famous cabochon crown, as well as the Roman numerals and the railroad track style hour-minute markers, right? The distinctive exposed screws on the bezel, preceding the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak by many decades, absolutely about 7 decades almost, 68 years, could be seen to reference airplane rivets. At the time of its introduction, its square-shaped helped emphasize its wrist-worn purpose and set it apart from round pocket watches. And as you guys know, Breguet still has its in its range a model they call Reine de Naples. And that was apparently the first wristwatch, right? Literally made for the Queen of Naples. Whereas Cartier has a claim to have made the first, not only the first pilot's watch, but also the first man's wristwatch, because Cartier Santos Dumont was designed as a watch to be worn on the wrist rather than be used as a pocket watch, to be put in your pockets. It was supposed to be strapped on to your wrist, which was at the time an invention, at least a stylistic invention for men's watches. Jay Sykes says, I can't imagine getting into an airplane during war, looking at your watch and knowing there's a good chance of not coming back. I think, Jay, in a slightly perverted way, I think that's why a lot of people love pilots' watches, because they embody that level of risk, that kind of extreme circumstance, which implies a life or death situation, which puts you in a fight or flight, no pun intended, circumstance. But now you're simply wearing them as sports watches, as part of your everyday life, where such risk is much more reduced, and we pray and hope ever so distant, right? So it becomes meaningful to wear a pilot's watch that actually implied that level of risk and potential sacrifice. Yet you are now just wearing it on your wrist on an everyday basis as something cool, something dynamic, something adventurous. Whereas, like you said, people who initially wore them, whether they were just pioneers and hobbyists and commercial pilots, to say nothing of fighter pilots in wartime, who embodied that kind of risk, who took that kind of risk on a day-to-day basis. And Big Meech says Cartier is top elite luxury. Very, very strong feelings about Cartier from Smoking Joe. IG Wristwatchholic, check out his Instagram account. Alex says, I love that Santos. Alex loves himself a Santos. He was on the wait list for this new limited edition of Cartier Santos Dumont in pink gold. Let's see if that will come through for him, because I think it's a beautiful watch. Pink gold, beautiful beige dial that has these concentric rectangles. The classical style of those elongated Roman numerals and a railroad track as the chapter ring of that dial. And of course, the classic, iconic bezel with the exposed screws, the cabochon. That's beautifully designed there and very well matching with this precious metal dressy look of the watch. Perfect. Just two hands, Roman numerals. Speaking of icons, uh, speaking of superior dress watches, there you have it. This is a great example, right? This is something that we should have talked about yesterday. Cartier Santos in precious metal and on a nice leather strap. In this case, a croc/alligator leather strap. It just looks absolutely stunning. And Alex says, I'm still waiting for it. No update yet. Going back, by the way, on what Thomas was saying about the Breguet Type 20s that were produced for the Only Watch auction in 2019 and 2021. The matte dials on the Breguet are so pure, right? The way they achieved that tropical finish looks so great, and it doesn't look fake and tacky like a lot of false vintage work does. And yes, those were modified Valjoux hand-wound chronograph movements in those pièces unique, one-of-a-kind watches produced, whereas the production line for Type 20, before it was stopped, was Le Mania movement. That was basically assembled and finished according to Breguet's own standards, and was complemented by a flyback module. Of course, Lemania is entirely owned and acquired by Swatch Group, which owns Breguet as well. And I think Breguet is nowadays basically based as a manufacturer in the Lemania manufacturer. So you can call Lemania Breguet's in-house movement, more or less, if you dispense with the technicalities. But what I mean to say is that was the lineage they followed, rather than going to the real mil-spec Type 20 requirements, which was a manual movement. Well, which is not what they asked, but which is what was supplied at the time where this contract was gained. Big Meat says, with the date just gone, I might actually lean to the Black Bay Pro. I'll get the vintage vibe with modern capabilities. You can get a vintage vibe with modern capabilities with 16570, 16570, which is the watch you're having wet dreams about. Jump on and let's talk about it, Big Mitch. And also talk to the people. With the date just gone, where is it gone? Didn't you just get your date just? What happened to it? Thomas says, a choice of great adventure, journey, and living. Early pilots weren't getting shut down. They were flying into stuff, weather or no fuel. US postal flyers in the Jennies were something special. Yeah, that's why I wanted to, expand that a little bit into, hobbyists and later, commercial pilots, and earlier, of course, the pioneers. Um, it was always a risk, right? You didn't have to get into a dogfight, or you didn't have to be shot down as a pilot to be exposed to the risk of death. Every flight was, in fact, an adventure in the first few decades of flying. Big Meat says it's in the safe. Well, jump on. Let's talk about it. Thomas says aviation connection to the Chronograph, Rolex, and Vacheron. You'll have to bring it up. I'm actually not very well versed on the history of the Rolex Chronograph, so, and I did not realize that Vacheron Constantin had any connection to anything related to aviation. The Breguet family uh, was very much connected even before the Type 20 to the history of aviation and flight, but that's another story for another day. But I also have I've been doing a little bit of research, nothing too serious or too groundbreaking, um, but I found this magazine again of Le Quai d'Horloge, the in-house magazine of Breguet. And one of the early issues has a piece penned by an heir to the Breguet throne, Emmanuel Breguet, about Louis Breguet as an aviation pioneer and watch enthusiast himself. So we will delve into that story um, some other day. But Breguet family actually has a very strong association to the early days of flight, um, that actually precede their acquisition of the Type 20 contract with the French Air Forces. Sticky pages, yes, absolutely. All my horological magazines are um, suffering from the same problem. I just can't keep it to myself. I get too excited. What can you do? Nietzsche, you're not jumping on to tell us your story about the date just and what you are hoping to acquire next. Well, then I will start giving more. I'll continue giving more shine to Alex and his potential acquisition if he gets allocated this watch, which was introduced by Cartier as a limited edition in pink gold, the beautiful beige dial with concentric rectangles, those slim sword hands in matching material, and a very elegant crocodile alligator strap and a stylized cabochon on the crown. It's a beautiful, beautiful dress watch. I'm not saying I would give up my reverso for it. I'm not saying that I would exchange it with my reverso, but it certainly looks amazing. It will be one of 200, one of 200. Very beautiful, beautiful piece. And again, I really appreciate it, even though this is a beautiful strap. I don't see what else you would put this on, but I always appreciate that open lip on a leather strap that allows you to quickly exchange it, quickly change it with something else. Big Meat says, I'm eating a hearty meal now. I would love that as well, but I'm at work. No lunch break for me just yet. Speaking of which, guys, if you have been enjoying the show and if you have been learning from it, please hit that like button. It really matters. Every vote counts. So upvote the stream. It really helps. Spread the word. Share the link with your friends on other platforms. If you can do that for me, that's invaluable. That would help me the great deal, and that's really the best way to help the channel because I'm trying to reach 1,000 subscribers and I'm trying to get the channel monetized. In the meantime, if you want to help me out, if you want to support the channel, if you want to encourage the work I do on this channel in creating more exclusive and original content, in running these live streams for Watch Talk, for Sports Talk, consider making a PayPal contribution at lordhellespontv@gmail.com. That's lordhellespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App, and that's $LHVVV, $LHVVV. Thomas Broadbent says, actually, you could get shot down multiple times and live to fight another day in World War One. They were flimsy planes. There were flimsy planes that got hit, then land in the fields below or bail. Some of that gentleman flyer code. Interesting story. Alex says, if I don't get an allocation for the Cartier, I will probably go for the Breguet Classique. Man, with all due respect, Alex, again, my wrists are even smaller than yours, so I'm not taking a personal shot here. But from the picture you showed me of you trying on that Breguet Classique, it looks like it was too big for your wrist. Those extended lugs on it just make it look way too big. So, not sure. Maybe you should go for something a little unexpected, a little different. Thomas Broadbent says, terrific Cartier. They have done versions in platinum, pink gold, love the screws. Cartier does a lot of limited editions and a lot of special kind of work in platinum, and they're always very dear. Brilliant watches, beautiful, but extremely exclusive and expensive, especially in platinum, whether they have matching bracelets or not. This watch again it's not exactly cheap, but it's not that expensive either. It's limited to 200 pieces, and um, it's supposed to cost 12,000 euros. Manual wound movement with 38 hours of power reserve. So a very nice hand wound dress watch movement that will easily get you through the occasion to which you dedicate this watch to. Again, uh, a watch this stylized in precious metal, I would not really see it as an everyday watch, but it's not like it can't be, right? This can be your one and done. You can certainly, if you're still working in an office, this is certainly something you can wear every day to your office, as long as you're not outshining anyone who is higher up in the hierarchy in that office to you. Chronograph, Thunderbird, U.S. Air Force, um, first U.S. military partnership with Rolex. I don't know the year. I don't know this information. I'm not really that well versed in U.S. military history to begin with, but certainly not. I wasn't aware of any cooperation between Rolex and the U.S. military going back to those years. Très chic hanging off Saint-Germain. Thomas, sometimes you just come up with such random stuff that I don't even know where you come up with it, but it's so good. Why do you need to insult people, whoever you are in the chat? And I really don't care about who talks shit about me. People can talk whatever they want about me. I don't care. They can come to this channel and talk shit about me from the chat as well. Again, as long as you don't insult other people. I don't know. Maybe the fact that Steve has a better collection than you do, has nicer watches than you do, makes you feel insecure, makes you feel anxious. Is that why you feel the need to try to insult him like that? I don't know. Again, I don't know who you are at this point. Maybe you are my regular troll, in which case I do know who you are. Um, and I know exactly what you will write in response to that. But, I have my ways. So if I were you, I wouldn't push me. But feel free. Feel free to go your way. Yes, we are still waiting for Joe to share his story with us. He's about to finish his meal and he's gonna tell us about what happened with his date just. First of all, a date just that he got about what, 2 weeks ago, maybe like 20 days ago. Let's be generous and say 3 weeks, and he may have already gotten rid of the watch. He says it's in the safe. Who knows? Behind the scenes, he was talking about some wet dreams with me. He was talking about this watch, this grail of sorts that has been keeping him up at night, that he has been losing sleep over. And he promised to share it with me and with us tonight on the live stream, but it kind of feels like he's not up for it. He's not up to it. Just like Joe Smith Jr., who didn't even hear the bell at the end of the second round, guys. That was a proper beating. Artur Beterbiev is now a unified champion with 3 belts in the light heavyweight division. So we were talking a little bit about pilots' watches and some of the other producers of pilots' watches today. Longines is a good, reliable example, even though they were not one of the so-called originals. Dodin and Auricoste are today still making the Type 20s, if I'm not mistaken. So we should look into those. Um, I honestly don't know how much uh, they might cost. So let's pull up, for example, the Chrono 24 for a Dodin Type 20 or Type 21 uh, watch. Okay, they're not too bad. Here's a lot of these are Type 21s. Of course, that was another French Air Force contract. And there's some beautiful examples I can already kind of peep from here. This, for example, is a Type 21. Again, has these two equally sized sub-registers, large Arabic numbers that give very nice visibility. Beautiful uh, stick hands with sharp ends, again, complying to that principle specification. The 12-hour rotating bezel, that nicely proportioned crown, a case with very sharp and stylized lugs, looks quite aggressive and very nice for a tool watch, I have to admit. Um, Aesthetically, this is a 10 out of 10. I think this is a beautiful watch. That nice screw down case back, of course. Sorry, I don't know why I said screw down, but nice closed case back. Again, emphasizing that tool watch feel. That big crown, of course, is part of the specification. So it's something that can be easily grabbed and manipulated with, even if you're wearing a glove or something. And here's the hand wound movement that beats inside the watch and that powers the watch. Beautiful vintage piece of Dodin Type 21, Valjoux 222, a flyback chronograph, most recently serviced in 2020 from year 1955, and that has a fixed price of 53.20. With the shipping, it's 5.5 US dollars. Selling out of the Netherlands. Great little example. Um, a similar example, maybe not as great of a condition. Let's see this one. This looks great. Selling out of Germany. Again, a Type 21. That great look of a balanced vintage chronograph, hand wound, made to military spec. These are really cool watches. I had never checked out their contemporary going rate, but for a beautiful watch from 1960 that has the classical proportions, that is a very nice hand wound chronograph, uh, quite classical in look, but also sporty and tool like in styling and spec. Very attractive. And it seems like you can get one right around $5,000, which is not too bad for someone who collects chronographs, who loves proper hand wound chronographs from mid 20th century, and for someone who is interested in pilots watches and mil spec watches in general, this could be a great um, genre to look at. Very, very nice. Oh, we have someone new. Uh, Joseph Salis. All right. I did see you before in the chat. Welcome back. Of course not. Of course not. Chrono is always guys. When you check Chrono 24, that's just a guide, right? People usually make this mistake also when they're trying to sell watches, and especially when they're trying to sell watches to professional dealers, right? They check the prices on Chrono and assume the highest price that they see on Chrono is exactly what they should get, independent of their watch's condition as well. But those are listings, and people negotiate with those prices all the time. Um, Sometimes it's wishful thinking on the dealer's part. Sometimes people list a slightly higher price because they know that people will buy it and negotiate with them and try to uh, find their best price. So, absolutely. Um, a better gauge is, in fact, checking completed auctions on eBay. I have been a big advocate of eBay in this channel. I think it's a great way to find deals. Increasingly, there are more protections for the buyer. Of course, when you pay with PayPal, you're absolutely protected. You can always charge back. They usually side with the buyer, especially if something has gone wrong and something is delivered not as promised. Um, and eBay now has an authentication service, and as you know, Big George had just bought a piece exactly like that through eBay, and he was very happy with the example that he received and with the way that example went through the authenticator as well. And when he comes back, maybe he can talk to us in some detail about the experience of buying a watch on eBay. I bought a watch on eBay since the pandemic started two times. I bought my date just that way. Um, I knew exactly what I wanted. I know it's very difficult to find the date just in good condition. I found something that was well photographed. I knew exactly what I was getting, um, and I got one in decent condition, nothing damaged. The case with fat, thick lugs, and I'm wearing it now, as you can see. And it also, of course, came with its correct jingly jangly jubilee bracelet. Oops. Speaking of which, um, of course, it's not falling apart. That was just the end link coming out with that. So I don't want to give you the impression that eBay is failing us. Um, but if something had gone wrong, having paid with with PayPal and having years and years of dealing on eBay behind me with 100% feedback, I would have had no problem in charging things back. I have bought other things where products didn't arrive, didn't come at all in certain cases, or didn't arrive in the condition they were promised, products that were fakes, right, and didn't match actually the description and what was photographed. And each time I was able to get a full chargeback. And when it was fake, not that I had any use of the item, actually I didn't even have to return the item. This was not a watch, had nothing to do with a watch actually. But anyway, eBay offers good protection, and nowadays, since they have um, a third party that authenticates the watches, right? They send the watch, the seller, whether it's usually the um, the professional dealers that work this way, because there might be some charge on their end. It's free for you, at least for now, since the system was just introduced. They send it to an independent in the authenticator, a third party, and the authenticator sends the watch to you after it is authenticated, professionally assessed, and certified as original and authentic. So it's good protection to make the purchase, but also to check the market, right? Um, of course, the slight problem with eBay, especially when you dip into the completed sold items, people list things in every which way. Of course, a lot of misspellings, a lot of small mistakes in the titles and in the descriptions of the pieces, the quality of photographs, etc. A lot of different things affect the end value of that item. So don't use eBay religiously to assess the price and market value of an item either. But Josef is absolutely right in this case. It is a better gauge to know. As always, I would, even when uh, they say fixed price, right? Says 4,192. I would probably, there's no shame in this. I would probably still send an email or contact the seller here and start negotiating if I'm actually in the mind of buying, if I actually am planning to buy a particular watch, right? And in a lot of listings here on Chrono 24, you would actually have, let me see, you would actually have suggest a price option. So I would never take this as a hard and fast value, especially if you're in the market, especially if you're interested in a particular piece. Always use the suggest a price. Always at least contact the seller and see if the price is negotiable at all, even when they say it's fixed. So that's a great, great hint there, Joseph. Uh, Thomas says Dodin is fantastic. We're going to check out Oricost as well. And he agrees with Joseph. Some chrono prices are double. Yes, they can overrate and exaggerate the value once every so often. And Joseph gives a thumbs up. Yes, guys, upvote the stream. Hit that like button. It really helps. It really does matter. Thomas Broadbent says about the Rolex chronograph. The first chronograph to U.S. Air Force was the first Submariner in 1954. They came from the same initial stock. Yes, these two models, the first Submariner in 1953, actually, and the first and the Rolex chronograph share the same DNA. They then evolved to what they are today. I wanted to also check if they have any Oricost Type 20s on 24 here. They do. And they have, I feel like they have some interesting examples as well. I'm trying to find the kind of the best example so we can admire it, since we are not literally at this point on the market for these, as we can see. Yeah, again, beautiful, equally proportioned two chronograph registers here, running seconds, a 30-minute totalizer that's also divided here, right, for the first 10 nicely proportioned crown there, a big triangle at 12, uh, engine turned steel bezel, again, a very um, pure satin brushed tool aesthetic, worthy of a pilot's watch. That lovely pointed spare like second sand, chronograph second sand is beautiful as well. Another, of course, hand wound movement. Very nice. That's the inside of the case back, of course, with the perlage. A fantastic watch. Year 1954. In this case, the Dodin had the Valjoux 222. This has a Lemania caliber with the flyback, with the added flyback function. So caliber 24T, which was based on Lemania 15TL with the added flyback function. Again, 38 millimeters, right, which is a beautiful thing and a very desirable thing for these type 20 chronographs, because they're not as small as some of the classical um, and well sought premier chronographs of the time, which can be sub 35, certainly sub 36, very small, like a lot of Pateks from this day and age, like the 1453s, right, are yeah, wait. Sorry, 1463s are 30, 34 and a half, I want to say. Yeah, 34 and a half, 35 millimeters. You have something here in the type 20 specification, something in 38 millimeter. So very wearable, not too small, not too large, a great everyday piece. And you can find one in good condition and it's not gonna break the bank. Again, considering that Chrono 24 prices might be a little exaggerated, a little too hopeful on the seller's part. This is a modern production, of course. You can always hope to negotiate a better deal, to find a better deal. And if you also find a great example that can be a fantastic watch to collect, but also a great watch for everyday wear, again, considering its proportions and the classical style, that's sporty enough, that's interesting enough, but that's also very, very classical and conservative as well. Oh, Joe is back. Full on John. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thomas says that 2040, which was based on a hand-wound Lemania caliber 15TL, is a nice solid movement. Type 20 on the dial with the Arabic numerals, of course, is a nice touch. And Joe, so tell me about first what happened to your date chest. What happened? What's wrong with it?
It's in the safe, Lord. It's in the safe, as Cam would say. Don't worry
What does
about it.
that
It's in
mean?
the safe.
What does that mean? I don't understand. You have to help me.
That's all I can tell you, as Cam would say. It's just take my word for it.
You are
Yeah, no.
basically
I
you are
mean, long story
basically
short,
trying
yeah,
to
the
solve.
date just is essentially sold at this point. Um, so cousin's getting married next week, so he just basically said we'll find hammer out the details next month. Because he's going to be obviously going on the honeymoon. So either way, though, it's sold. And yeah, so with that being said, with the date just out of the roster, I need a replacement. And I've got 3 watches on deck here, potentially that could replace the date just until the back row comes in. So,
So, okay. Interesting. So, what brings all these 3 watches together, first of all? Like, what are you looking for, and what is it about these 3 watches that fulfill that function or that specification?
the date just was an exceptional watch. I fucking bashed on the thing quite literally at points and times, but no, the date just was an exceptional timepiece. I've actually changed my attitude. Do I still think it's a shitter? Do I think it's bottom of the barrel? Kind of still. But I'd rather have a date just over a Cellini, which again isn't saying much, but you know, but the date function was a must. And the 3 watches that I am looking at have a date function. The
Mhm.
date just can get wet, of course. It's not like Gremlin. It's not a fucking Gremlin. Yeah. And the 3 watches that I've got, arguably, all 3 of them are different brands, so there is no repeats. And arguably are perfect for the task at hand. No pun intended there either.
Mm. So they have to have a date function. They have to have a date indicator. What's the first one on the docket that you want to buy after having owned the date just for less than a fucking month?
The first one on the docket, the Omega Seamaster 300, the 41 mil version, the kind of the ugly duckling compared to the 300M. So it is non-wave dial. Um,
Okay.
However, the date wheel, the date wheel does match the dial, which is a nice touch, I'll admit. Um, and I did get to try this particular piece on, Lauren. I even showed it to you, I believe. Um,
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up.
Pull it up, Lord.
Yeah, continue though. Why do you want this
Reason
piece
being
so
is
particular?
the Seamaster is a great watch. I regret selling my 300M, the black dial, um,
Mhm.
the modern one. Now, as much as I'd love to go back to that one, it's huge. It's ginormous. Um, it's not a tiny watch by any means. But the 41 mil, it's a little thinner, obviously a little smaller in the lugs, a little bit more forgiving for a wrist such as mine. And yeah, the bracelet still sucks ass. It's still very much in the 80s, but nothing that a quick NATO can't fix, as TGV would say. Um, and I don't like that there is no glide lock on the previous generation. That kind of sucks. But there is a pull-out link, so that's nice. Um, but I think, yeah, the Seamaster. I mean, how can you go wrong with the Seamaster? I mean, the Seamaster Professional is the equivalent to the Submariner. Some would argue it's better. Some would argue it's not. But I think for a daily beat the fuck out of it, don't give a shit.
Mhm.
The Seamaster is a great watch. It fills that role perfectly. perfectly.
Yeah, this I mean, this watch would look great on your wrist if you only knew how to properly wear a wristwatch, which is behind your wrist bone. But yeah,
It's perfectly
nice,
fine where it's at. Perfectly centered. Perfectly
nice,
fucking centered.
nice proportion. Yeah, the Oshin school of not knowing how to wear your watch yet having a wristwatch channel. I think that's what you represent.
Look, I hate not being able to have my watches slide around. Like, I don't mean they should slide around like all the back and forth, but I like to be able to like adjust my watch. I don't get those guys who will take a leather strap and just cut off the circulation to their wrist. I mean, I've seen guys where their wrists are literally purple by the afternoon because they just fucking just strap them on. I don't get that. I mean, to me, that would feel disgusting because when you take it off, especially with leather, it's soaked. I mean, you need like a ShamWow to kind of soak it all in.
So Swiss is saying maybe he needs more money for the ladies, but no, he's investing it back into horology.
Well, I could
So
always, I could just, trade in for a Tag Heuer and take in the extra cash, and blow it that way.
nice. And he also says El Macho Meech needs a Patek Aconori to match his extravagant life.
I really should pursue Paddock. You know what? I really should. Like, I should. I was thinking about this today, just vaguely, just for a minute. I was thinking my 30th birthday, I should own a Paddock.
Mm.
I should by my 30th. It's the perfect coming of age watch. It's the perfect. I've reached retirement age. I'm old. I'm on my deathbed. I'm ready to be buried. Buy
Hey,
a Paddock.
retirement age is 32, I heard, not 30, but
Oh yeah, that's right. They bumped it up 2 years. But
I,
that's
I'm still puzzled how you can retire from not only being unemployed but unemployable. But that's another conversation altogether.
it's hard. It's hard being retired.
Loosey goosey. But yeah, this looks good. I was just trying to be unnecessarily harsh on you, but this is
Actually,
a nice
no. I mean,
watch
Lord,
for
I
you.
typically
And you
wear
were
it on the bone, anyways. I typically do, but for the sake of, well, I mean, for one, it's kind of hard for me to do it because I don't want the watch to flip. You know what I mean? Because I never close them up because it's kind of pointless for my wrist,
Mhm.
anyways. So I would just put them right in the center of the wrist, so that way I can kind of support them. Because God forbid one of them flips and like the bracelet, gives away and it smashes on the floor, then I'm really fucked. But that's
And you
beside the
were,
point. Again,
by the way, you own this watch in black dial, right?
I've
Before?
owned the current version. So
Okay,
yes,
let's see.
the 42 mil.
Ah,
So
okay.
this one would be a size smaller. Now it is a little big still, but it's a lot thinner than the 42 mil because the 42 mil is just chunky. Um, but at 41 mils, it doesn't look terrible. I mean, it's doable for me, especially for a beater.
No, I mean, I like this watch. I like this watch in all its versions. I like the mid 90s generation when they basically brought the Seamaster back as a proper dive watch and as the Bond watch. The first automatic one they did for Pierce Brosnan with the guilloche wave dial, which I think is a more beautiful and aesthetically pleasing execution of it. Those can be gotten for 3K and less in the current market. That's always an option, and those are even better proportioned. But I know you run away from vintage or neo vintage like the plague, so I'm not going to suggest that for you. Just for other viewers, who might be interested. You know.
Oh, no, fair enough. Fair enough. I did actually the 39.5 Planet Ocean fits me a lot better than this. But the problem is I never took a picture of, down the barrel shot, and that fucker is tall. I mean, that's thick.
And as we say, Pixar didn't happen, so it didn't happen.
No, but I mean, from above, I mean, the lugs are stubby enough that the 39 mil Planet Ocean looks good, but it's just way too thick, honestly. And I'm kind of irritated myself. I didn't take a picture of the Heritage model. The Heritage model actually looks good on me too, but there is no date complication on it either. So hence why I never took a photo of it.
Mm.
But yeah, I think the Seamaster. I wanted to buy my black Seamaster back again, but it just wasn't possible. We'll see if they're willing to deal on this 41 mil, and go from there.
Mm. There's carnage. There's carnage in DTLA.
You got to reapply the wallpaper.
A big watch for a big boy, but yeah, Smoking Joy is not a big boy, unfortunately.
I'm a big boy in the wrong areas, though. Some would argue.
Nice. So this is the one we are looking at right now. Is the first generation automatic Seamaster 300 that they introduced with the new Bond, Pierce Brosnan, as the new Bond watch. The reference is 2531.80.00. I mean, this is not the cleanest example, but remember, these have aluminum bezel inserts, of course, so they will be scuffed, they will be faded, they will be aged. But the beautiful thing about these, in addition to, of course, the tritium loom that will be beautifully patinated and aged, but also completely faded, so of no function. It will also have this beautiful guilloche execution of the wave dial that is actually much more lively, that looks all sorts of different colors and shades and patterns from different angles. So I would highly recommend that you give a consideration to a watch like this if you like Omega Seamasters, and if you like something that's a little smaller than the current 42, because these, even though they are listed as 41, were significantly smaller than the current generation.
Let me throw a dilemma into the mix. So
Of course.
that Seamaster, is up at my Minneapolis dealer. So if I buy it there pre-owned, I build purchase history with them. But I was doing a little digging on various sites here, and I've seen Crown and Caliber, which I'm not too particular fond of. I hear pretty nasty things about them, actually. Anyways, I see they have a 36 mil for about $3,000. I'd actually be kind of tempted to go with the lady size Seamaster in 36 mil. But I don't get then I just don't get the credit for purchase history, though.
Look, the Seamaster in reduced size does have a few interesting examples. Like, I remember there were some limited editions that they did for this French diver, if I'm not mistaken. I'm blanking out on his name. But there were some interesting pieces in that size. I just don't remember. Yeah, I don't think I can find it right here. But anyway, I'm not sure if I would. All right, it's this one. It's this one. The reason I like this is not because of the size, but because of the broadsword hands, because of that big triangle at 12 o'clock, and just the monochrome aesthetic outside of the blue dial, of course. I really love this watch. I'm trying to remember what the name of it was. And the blue is much more vibrant, by the way, on these as well.
Wait, well, yeah, because that's the only color on this watch. The rest is all steel, essentially.
No, I think it's like a lighter shade as well.
Mm.
But yes, you're right. The contrast may be just playing tricks on my mind, but I do remember it being a
I wouldn't doubt
lighter
if it was a light
shade.
blue. It's still, yeah. I mean, it's the crown jewel, so to speak, of this entire
And
timepiece.
this is the 2253.80.00. This is the mid-size 36 millimeter Seamaster. This is a special edition. I don't remember again the name and the occasion, but I do find it a little more attractive for the reason of the sword hands rather than the skeletonized hands and the big triangle, pardon me, that accentuates that mil spec vibe.
Also, this is one of the rare cases where it's actually nice that the date wheel does not match the dial. Because if it had, I feel like it would have gotten lost.
Mm. All right. So what other options? So Seamaster 300, probably in
Correct.
in 41,
Mm-hmm.
possibly in reduced size, but I don't think you will go that way. And you
I'd
don't
really
need,
like
I
the
mean,
purchase history. I mean, no, it's not even lady size. I mean, I'm not even bothered by that. Just I would like the purchase history if I can purchase a pre-owned to a dealer.
I mean,
But
look, yeah, I don't even know why you keep calling it lady size, but anyway, it's those are good options.
um,
When
moving down
especially
in
when
rank.
when Aisha Curry is wearing a deep sea dweller, I guess our perception of lady size has changed quite a bit. But please
I was
continue.
actually gonna I was gonna actually send you a message. I'll send it to you now, but
Please.
I was gonna send it to you earlier.
By the way, guys, I want to share that with you. Let's see where we have that. Um, oh Jesus! That this is R-rated. It's not gonna make it to the show, but ooh. Yeah, I'm really resisting making a lot of different kinds of jokes at this minute. Not gonna
it's
do
like
it.
the shake weight, just about, you know.
Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. But I wanna. Yeah, where did I send you that link? I can't find it now.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. You sent it to me in the messages. Yeah.
hmm. Was it removed or something?
I don't know. I know a lot of people were poking fun though because the bezel was just missing. Because I know it was floating around Facebook for a while.
Honestly, she may have just
And
popped it off. It's who knows? Maybe
what do you
maybe
think
she
she did
didn't
a
like it.
Diego? Like popped it off and then just realized she couldn't get it back on.
I don't know, man. Like sometimes different people relate to their watches in um such fascinating and confounding ways that I don't even know what to say sometimes.
Would that
Um,
damage the watch though, having your bezel missing
no, I mean
internally?
it would devalue the watch, but
Right, but I
I
mean,
don't think she's
would there
trying
be
to
any
sell it
dirt
to
or
me.
anything else that would get underneath? Or, I mean, like in that ring where the bezel used to be, and then get
Not,
into the case.
nothing that you can't clean off quite easily. Right here, yeah. This is the deep sea dweller that Ayesha Curry was wearing when she was celebrating the fourth NBA championship that her husband won with the Golden State Warriors, and the bezel insert is missing. Incredible. And
Imagine the grip, Lord. Imagine.
no
uh,
comments. No comments. Um, Omega CK2998. This is the sector dial, Swiss. No, this is it's a limited edition Speedmaster. Okay. I mean, this is a beautiful watch, but it doesn't have the date function. And he already
you already
has a
have a
speedy.
speedy.
So this doesn't.
Contrary to popular belief, Lord, I don't hate the Speedmaster. I hate its size, but that's beside the point. And I hate that there is no screw and crown. But other than that, I don't hate that it's a tachymeter. I actually think I think it's well done. With the monotone colors, the black and white. I love the Speedmaster. It's just I hate that it's so limiting.
But I mean, I think. Look, I think the. I don't know how you mean popular belief. I'm just going by what you have been expressing. So if I'm mistaken, I'm sorry. But
Well, if it had a screw and crown, completely different story. Like you wouldn't hear me bitch as much, to be honest with you.
yeah, because you complain so much about that watch. You hate on that watch so often that I thought that you don't like it. And
Well,
I'm
don't get me
sorry
wrong.
if
I
that
still
was the
hate that
case.
it doesn't have water resistance. That's the biggest gripe. I could get over the size eventually, but it's just the fucking water resistance drives me up the wall.
Mm. Yeah, that's a smaller size, right? The CK2998, 40 millimeter. Oh, yeah. So you were basically offering it as it's the pulsation dial rather than the tachometer. Yeah, the red accents. Yeah, I think it's a nice watch, but look, I think a lot of people. Um, I was also talking about this with Joe behind the scenes. Look, there's no denying the pontiff has been really influential, and he still has a direct or relatively mediated way in which he influences a lot of our collections. Certainly mine. But the idea that everyone has to have a Speedmaster and especially a Moonwatch in their collection, that's something, for which the pontiff planted the seed in everyone's minds, right? I mean, that uh, man on the fucking moon thing, it's just, and it's not a must. Like, look, I mean, if again, Joy is saying he actually likes the watch, that's fine. But if you I I got it as a gift to my uncle, and with his permission, I wore it for a few months. I liked the watch, didn't like it enough to get one for myself. And I think that's completely fine. So if you end up, we were talking about this idea beyond flipping, right? Getting a watch to see that, if you can actually enjoy it, and if you grow out of love with it, there's nothing wrong with selling it and turning it into something else, maybe rolling it into another watch. Some of us have done this, and there's nothing wrong with it. So if you get a Speedmaster and figure out that it's not the watch for you, move on. There's nothing wrong with it. Not everyone has to have a Speedmaster, much less a Moonwatch in their collection. It's not a must. There's so many other great chronographs out there beyond the Rolex Daytona and the Omega Speedmaster. We were just talking about one, Breguet Type 20. They're discontinued in the current lineup, which is fine, because why would you buy a Breguet to lose 50% of the value when you buy it at retail right when you walk out of the door? You were going to buy it in the secondary market as well. So why not consider that as an option, for example? Why not consider a Longines, right? We were talking about as a slightly um, lower market option. There is so much out there. There are more expensive chronographs out there as well, which can be considered, like the Blancpain Air Command is a very interesting and fascinating example. Breitling has their premier slash classically inspired line now that opens it up in a different way. Navitimer is another icon that's very much underappreciated, on and on and on. Not everyone has to have a moon watch. It's okay. You don't have to have a Speedmaster, Joe, right? It's not a
Every
must.
man needs a speedmaster, or he can't call himself a collector, as Archie would say.
Yeah. But I mean, I guess I'm not a collector. And Piruka says the Moonwatch is highly overrated. Hey, Swiss, be careful. Be careful. It's that's a very dangerous position to take within the community. They might slaughter you. You know, they have not attacked you enough, Swiss. If they figure out that you are also an enemy to the Moonwatch, then you will get the real hate from the community.
Get the real
Um,
fisting.
so speaking of high end top elite luxury watches, may I interest you in this beautiful piece by Hermes?
Are you sponsored by Hermes? Like, did you secretly pick up a contract with Hermes? Because I feel like you've been piping the shit out of Hermes for like the last 3 days here. Fuck me dead.
I'm just a fan. I'm just a fan. Look at this beauty with the iconic burnt orange Hermes color. Wait, let me pull up the training manual that they gave me and read from there. All right, it's right here. Um, Listen, this is the even though it's a watch that's only a year old, a little more than a year old, this has finally become a successful man's wristwatch for Hermes. It's a real sports watch. More than 100 meters of water resistance. I think it's 12 bars. It might be 100 bars. See, I mean, the training still didn't sink in. But it's in titanium, has this wonderful contrast of uh, brushed and polished surfaces, a uniquely designed font on the watch face, a date function right there at
I
four and
don't
a
like
half
I don't
o'clock.
like how that date is. They should have done the date in like a red. I don't like how it just blends in. I mean, I get why they did it, but I just don't like how it blends or gets lost in with the dial.
And and of course the uh, how can we forget about that beautiful orange accent on the second sand that matches so well with the orange rubber strap. But yes, of course, Joe, if the date actually popped out being in a different color, I'm sure you would have complained about that as well and said,
No, actually,
why
I don't
didn't
get
they
why
make it
they should
blend?
have done it in orange. They should have done it in orange. That would have actually been a nice touch.
Hmm. I will relay
What do
to
these go for?
I will relate to our design department, Joe. Um, it's 5K in the secondary markets.
Hmm.
New from the boutique, it's 5.5 plus tax.
So you're not really saving anything. So it'd make more sense to buy it from the boutique at that point.
Yeah, so you can put that money toward your Birkin account.
Wouldn't Archie flip if I somehow just randomly got a Birkin after purchasing one of these things? Oh, he'd have a meltdown.
I think that would be a great shtick. If I ever return, like I should join the live stream with a man-sized Birkin.
Just have it like on a little shelf on the back there. Just don't even acknowledge it.
Archie has the eyes of an eagle when it comes to that kind of luxury stuff. You don't have to show it to him. You don't have to point to it. He will see it. He will know it. He can smell
I'm
it.
sure he can smell it. I'm sure he can smell the luxury around him. As much as he sniffs bags and whatnot, I'm pretty sure he can smell the luxury.
I mean, honestly, when it comes to luxury, let me name you three brands and you make your choice. Cartier, Louis Vuitton, or Hermes. I mean, Hermes, of course. So get rid
Well,
of
I
your
mean, it
sense of
depends, right? I
silhouette.
mean, it depends on what you're going for. But I'd say for a bag, I'd rather have Hermes over Louis Vuitton for like a bag or for like travel bag or anything else like that. But they're fucking expensive.
It's expensive.
It's
But yes,
expensive.
I mean, this is look again. Of course, we are discussing options for Joe, and this might not particularly please him. But hey,
I
I
don't
think
know,
this
like
is
how well do they resell though? That's my problem. Like, if I didn't like this, could I
very
dump
well.
out of it?
Actually, very well, because 5,000 was the cheapest I found. The listings on eBay are much higher. The listings all over the place have a lot of premium because it's actually very hard to get through the boutique. You might have to wait a little bit. Um, it's very hard to get it directly through Hermes, but Hermes also has authorized dealers in the world of watches, so they can get it for you easily. I don't know if they would also give you a discount. That's possible. But again, if you are already making that investment and if there's very little price difference, why not try to go to the Hermes boutique and get something out of it? And again, since you exposed me already, I'll just play with my cards open and try to push you towards the boutique.
Lord,
Um,
I want the friends and family discount. That's
I think Hermes is one of those brands that doesn't do shit for family or friends.
I don't. I guess. I mean, I don't hate it. I mean, I think it's. I guess the only thing that kind of trips me out is I would throw Hermes with Polo, Gucci, and Versace for like a fashion watch. But I would assume Hermes knows what the fuck they're doing.
No,
It's
but
just a little trippy.
the difference is there are two. Okay, there are two main differences. Let me just point you before, because I don't want to defend this watch to no end. I actually do like it, but I'm not gonna say this is high horology or something. But
I
it
wouldn't
is
imagine.
actually it is actually uh, an in-house movement, and let me explain why I say that. Because Hermes owns a stake at the movement manufacturer called Vaucher, which produces movements for Parmigiani Fleurier, among others, for many high
Mm.
horology houses. So it is actually a movement made for Hermes by Vaucher. It's H1837, which is their date of founding. This is another version of the watch, which is in graphene, kind of embodying the all black aesthetic. It's pretty much a workhorse movement, decorated with their iconic H. Great automatic movement. It's not. I don't think it's in that sense inferior to like the automatic movements that Patek uses in their sports watches. Right? I'm not gonna say that this is inferior to Patek 324 SC, which is also another high horological movement. Anyways, it's just a Patek automatic movement, and that's that. This movement isn't have any, particularly hand applied finishing either. So that might disqualify it from being an out and out high horological movement, but it's a good in-house movement that's actually made for Hermes by a movement maker that they partly own. And ultimately, it's a nice sports watch with a different kind of aesthetic, water resistant up to 10 bars,
Screw and
uh, which,
crown.
which is to say 100 meters. Yeah, it is a screw down crown. Automatic movement, 50 hours of power reserve, so it's not so bad.
It's actually interesting. It'd probably be one of these things that I buy. I've had a few beers and I just said, fuck it. let's add it to the cart and see what happens. When I sober up on the next day. Um,
And look,
would I put it in when I'm building a roster? I don't believe so.
you're right though. I mean, it's when it comes to the date function, which you said is important for this next watch you're getting, even though it ends up creating a harmonious design on the dial, both in terms of matching the font and blending in terms of the colorway, it's great. Is it legible? Not really. Let's put it that way. You can't really read the date easily on the face of this watch.
Well, if they just, I feel like this would have been a fairly easy fix. Like, I feel like if they just would have done the orange with the orange, red with the black, just a little splash there, I think that I get it though. Whatever.
Swiss says Hermes offered me 2 months ago the Heure de la Lune meteorite, $60,000. Had to humbly decline.
Yeah, just let me take out a loan
And
real quick.
Full on John says a true sugar daddy doesn't need a date complication, living off investment portfolio returns, dentures in a glass, whilst receiving a grade A polish. Dates are for the normies. The reason I passed on that Full on John to fulfill that criteria for Joe, it's not possible, and it's not a topic that we will broach in this channel for sure.
I know. I think we should
Thomas
dive
says,
in depth.
I think Hermes made their first watch in the 1920s. And Wristwatcholic says, please pull up the new blue Hermes watch, the blue H08, the new one. Yeah, that's a nice one as well. This is the deep blue titanium with a blue dial and blue titanium here. You see? Blue on blue and on blue. You wanted a
Ooh, that
blue
actually
sports
looks
watch?
the blurple. It kind of looks like a blurple, doesn't it?
Yeah, from certain angles. So blue case matching blue rubber slash hybrid strap, kind of like a canvas aspect to it as well. Blue on the dial.
So yeah, that actually looks good. Looks decent.
Deep blue titanium. But that's at a slightly different price segment.
See, that's a
80.
hard thing for me to choke down for Hermes.
So from 5350, if you want the blue titanium case, it's a $3,000 premium.
See, I feel like in order for me to flip this and get like legit profit, or not, maybe not even profit, but 90% of my money back, I'd literally have to try and dump this off in a strip club, because the girls there would know Hermes. As or with guys, I feel like they would have the same attitude towards Hermes as they do Cartier.
Right. Yeah, this is a nice one as well. And there was a Hodinkee limited edition. I never understood the attraction of that. And that carries a stupid premium as well. I would rather get this one than the limited Hodinkee edition, honestly. Yeah, so this is the limited Hodinkee one that makes it look like God knows what. I guess like a safari watch or something.
Yeah, like a field watch, tactical Bear Grylls type watch. No, it's nothing special.
Yeah. I think like these go now in the secondary markets. I don't think you can buy them from Hodinkee anymore. No, you can. 72, 75. Okay. But I would rather, if you're already jumping into that segment, I would rather get that deep blue titanium, which is more innovative than this. But yes, Joe, we delayed you a little bit. Tell me what your second option is after the Seamaster 300, because you said you have three options to replace your Datejust.
Yeah, so the second one, we moved down in rank. Robert, excuse me, the Tourette's are kicking in. So we move down in rank and we go to Shooter Black Bay Pro. So you get the GMT function. It's a little bit of a dull watch, I'll admit. But I buy it on the stainless steel strap and then take the strap off maybe and throw it on a needle. Um, but I mean, you get the date function, you get the GMT function, you get a glide lock clasp with this too. Actually, by the way, if you can
Mhm.
find it on a glide lock clasp, I mean, you can see them all the time on NATOs, but bracelets are fairly rare still. And it's under $5,000. What's not to love?
Yeah.
And I
By the
did get
way,
to see one of these in person, and they're not. I mean, they're a little thick, but they're not too. They're not too crazy. They're about this. Dare I say, about the size of a 40 Max Submariner.
can I also say something? I also heard that um, you can basically get the appropriate bracelet from Tudor for about $1,000 from our friend Aussie Expat. So that adds a little bit of premium to it. But yeah, I mean that's an option to consider if you are offered the NATO version, which is about 350 cheaper. What is it? 3675 as opposed to 4,000 even Steven. Apparently you can add the bracelet, pardon me, from Tudor for about $1,000 more.
Yeah, it's about. I think it's actually about $1,200, give or take. But I'd
Look, I
want to
think
buy this one from my Minneapolis dealer because I declined it already from my local boutique.
hmm. You know what I will say about this watch? I think to me, um, because look, we have given Tudor a lot of flack for really leaning hard into the Black Bay and especially Black Bay 58 as a series, and they already have a decade under their belts, having done that. And why fix something that's not broken, right? And I don't think they should really move away from that, but they should try to start pushing the envelope and try doing different things while still sticking to the basics that made them so successful, which is what you find ways of borrowing from and reinterpreting the Rolex vintage aesthetics for our time as a modern tool watch. So, for someone like you who likes certain things about vintage watches, but wants something that is more modern, more sporty, more robust, more reliable, Tudor offers great options. And finally, they have something that's still recognizably uh, Rolex slash Tudor, that still has a family resemblance to the Rolex heritage, meaning that it's like a 1655, but as something that is a modern, very usable, everyday sports watch.
The
Not
only
a luxury.
downside to this, though, Lord, is if I'm out in public and someone sees me with this on and they recognize it's a Tudor, I'd feel ashamed. I'd need to sell it right away, like someone else did when a fan met him when he was out for dinner. Um,
Ah, my friend. Look, uh, Joe, I do this same thing with myself. Look, we try to imitate the pontiff in certain ways. We borrow certain things from him. We learn from him. We are influenced by him, but we are not him, right? So he has to keep to a different standard because he's doing it for the community. Whereas you're at the end of the day, just like me, another punter. So you're allowed to have a watch that's not always the top of the line. That's not always the highest of high. I mean, god damn it, man, you own the Seiko for I look,
yeah, that is true.
I have three Seikos in my collection, and they serve me just fine, and I'm never embarrassed of wearing them, just like I would never be embarrassed to wear a Tudor. It just Nothing
No, I
made
mean
me love them.
it's a
Yeah.
great watch. It's a great watch nonetheless, and they're great for beaters. I mean, they really can. I mean, you can throw them in a wood chipper and they'll be fine. Um, the only thing I just wish it had a bit more splash of color than just the hand carrying it. It's a bit of a shame, but you
The
can't have it
writing,
all, I guess.
the writing as well. No?
Yeah, but I would like they should have done like a giant, I don't know, maybe not giant, but like a splash of orange on the 12 o'clock arrow in the
Mm.
sea. Just a little something more.
Yeah, I mean, I love this watch, from the font on the 24-hour bezel to the fact that those loom plots are naked, without any sort of surrounds. No Cyclops is a nice and interesting touch that distinguishes it. There are a few things that I don't like, that make me personally move away from this watch, but I don't think they are I don't think they're sticking points. I think that still make this watch have a charm of its own, right? I told you already.
Right.
I think there are too many snowflake hands. One, and I think the crown is just too big. And I know that's their aesthetic, and I respect that, but that makes me move away ever so slightly from that particular watch.
Regardless, yeah, like I said, I'd like to buy this one for my Minneapolis dealer because it's been a while since I bought something from them. And shit,
Mm.
what cheaper purchase than a tutor, essentially? It keeps me in good. It keeps me in good with their books, anyways. Um, and keeps my purchase history going with them because I've made enough purchases with my boutique
Mm.
for the year, anyways. Put it that way.
Tudor Heritage Chrono for Color Splash. I know he has already turned down a Tudor Heritage Chrono.
Yeah, because I've already got the Speedmaster.
And Swiss says another thick watch, but hey, Joe actually likes it.
It's thick, but not as I don't know. How do I explain it? Like it's thick, but not as thickly as like the 58 GMT. I mean, not the 58 GMT, the standard 41 GMT.
Mm.
I don't know. It's hard to explain, but once you get them side by side, you notice the difference. You notice the difference.
Mm. Yeah, I think when it comes to this particular watch, I think it's actually really a winner. I mean, it's yeah, this is they have hit a lot of the right notes on this one. I would, again, if I didn't have my Explorer 2, which is something that we will talk about in a little bit, um, I think I would have looked into it more seriously. I really appreciate the vintage piece, the so-called Steve McQueen. That's they are riffing on in this particular example. Um, I think that's actually a great, great idea, and something that they should explore further, right? It shouldn't be just different iterations and different colors of the Black Bay 58, but different elements from Rolex's heritage of tool watches that are not just divers, but other inspirational and iconic models, such as the 1655, um, and some others yet to come. I do love it. I always love the 1655, even though it's an odd watch and it's an odd ball. Um, but are we revealing too much already?
Perhaps, perhaps. I would say though, I mean, like I said, I'm starting to like the diet root beer. I've seen a whole bunch of them. I mean, they're not desired, or how do I say this? They're not wanted for the right reasons. There's a shit ton of them on the Facebook forums, the watch forums for resale. Quite a few of them now sitting in the display case. I think it's a nice watch. It's just It's too damn thick. It's way too damn thick.
Oh, it is. I thought it was fine. You said it was fine. It wasn't so bad.
No, the Pro isn't too bad, but the actual Diet Ripbeard GMT, that one's
Okay.
too thick. But I like the color schemes. I do. It's soft. It's very soft.
Mm.
It's not aggressive like the real root beer, like a real Rolex, essentially. Um, but anyways, furthermore, segueing to the last watch of the
Hey
night.
guys, before that reveal, again, if you have been enjoying the show, if you have been learning from it, please hit that like button. It's really important. It really matters. I appreciate your presence and support, but if you like the stream, that gives me a little more exposure and helps me move further along the line towards 1,000 subs and get the channel monetized. So it's really helpful if you can do that. If you spread the word and share the link with friends on other platforms, that's even better. In the meantime, if you want to support the channel, if you want to encourage the work I do in running these live streams, in creating this new and original content, you can always consider a PayPal contribution at lordtelespontv@gmail.com. That's lordtelespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App, which is $LHVVV, $LHVVV. And the information is always in the description and in the ticker. And thank you, Jeff, for upvoting. Again, every little bit that you can do for me helps, and I appreciate your being there and supporting me. All right, so Joe, in the background, behind the scenes last night, you told me about a wet dream you had. Can you tell us a little more about this dream that comes back to you on a nightly basis?
For one, Lord, you're giving me way too much creative control there. I mean, we can definitely get into a very deep rabbit hole here, to be frank. But
Watch related. Watch related. Watch related.
yeah, no. So, long story short, yes, Lord, I'm losing sleep at night, as Marco would say, over a certain collection of watches. Um, so I see three watches in my dreams. I see a white dial stainless steel Daytona vintage. I see a Coke, not a Coke, excuse me, a Pepsi vintage, uh, and a Rolex Explorer 2 vintage as well. I see them in my dreams. I see them in the display cabinet. Close, so close, but there's a thin layer of glass blocking my ability to reach out to these watches. I don't know what the watch gods are trying to tell me, but I think I need an Explorer 2 within the collection.
What?
Last year was off the pull Explorer 2 at retail, but declined. Yeah, I probably would have declined on it as well.
What? And I'm guessing since the new ones are 42, you're talking about the 5 digit?
Correct.
And who do I recommend in America? In
Who do
America?
I recommend to overpay for your wristwatches? Who do I recommend? Wait, is this the one that's like 15 grand, by the way, too?
Full set, partially stickered, as they love saying.
Unsoiled, a virgin watch ready to be ripped open and stretched out.
Ooh.
Um,
Speaking of wet dreams, I feel like you have invested a lot of thought into this Virgin watch theory.
unworn. Look at that. Unworn, unsoiled, unsoiled. Be the first owner, but it's 16 grand. Lord, fuck, that's steep. Look at that bracelet. Perfect bracelet. No whiskey dick syndrome going on there. She's rigid. She's ready to go. She's stiff. I could just down a whole bottle of Viagra. Um, yeah, it's a beautiful watch, especially from 2004.
And Swiss says red arrow is superior to orange arrow. I do agree. As much as I have that red arrow in my GMT Master 2 as well now, although I got my Explorer 2 before, I do prefer the red arrow to orange, even though the orange is probably by now more true to the Explorer 2 heritage, since 1655 was an orange hand, or rather a turned orange hand, because they used to be red too, apparently. Anyway, I prefer the red aesthetic, and these days I combine that to the, much to the disdain of my friend Joe here, with a red leather strap, and it works beautifully. Yeah, and I do prefer the proportions of that case too, by the way. I just like the 16570.
Yeah, it's a beautiful example there, isn't it?
Yeah. Again, of course, David SW, who doesn't actually sponsor this channel, also has the more recent reference with 216570.
That's the thing, though. For that unworn one, I may as well buy a brand new one, which would.
Yeah.
Oh man, it just doesn't make sense.
Look, I mean, if you, that's the thing though, right? If you value um, an unworn watch, that's what you're willing to pay for it. I've never cared. So that doesn't make sense to me, to pay premium because a watch is new old stock. I mean, why do I care? It's not, yeah, I'm never interested in
I
that.
I understand. I understand the premium to it, but this is ludicrous for this particular timepiece. Like I said, if this had been 10 grand, maybe 12, I would have 10 grand. I would have bought it. 12, I would have probably dragged my feet on it, but for 15 grand, it's
Joe,
unacceptable.
you can, I mean, look, it's not, that was a different time, but I got mine with box and papers, certainly not unworn, and it was missing one link. But I got mine box and papers for 4.5, and in today's conditions, with the markets coming down, prices dipping a little bit, by the end of the year, or maybe by February or March, you will be able to get one at 10 with box and papers. It won't be impeccable, it won't be unworn, it won't be new old stock, but you can get one in good condition right under
Well,
10
yeah,
soon enough, I'm sure.
I can get one right now. Because I talked to Wixon's Jewelers of Minneapolis, Minnesota,
Mhm.
um, and I mean he grinded his teeth a little bit on it, but he said, yeah, he said I can come down to 10,000 even, but he said by the time he had taxes, we're right back at 10.5 again, which I can believe. But they're out there, but the bracelet's shot, in my opinion, for that particular watch.
Yeah, it looked a little shop worn, to be honest. Um,
Well, he tried to argue to me. He's like, well, I think it looks good for 23 years old. That's full. I mean, that's your opinion. I mean,
yeah, I mean, look, as someone who who basically has an entire collection of vintage and neo vintage watches. I'm used to that kind of stuff. Worst case scenario, if I find a watch with the perfect case but a bracelet that's even shot, I would jump on it, because there's always our beloved Michael Young in Hong Kong, who takes forever, but who charges a not unreasonable sum for completely fixing up and restoring these bracelets, and they're in many cases better than new. I don't think, honestly, unfortunately, well, I mean, I'm not going to broach this conversation, but let me put it this way: I don't. If my when my father got this watch new, the 5513, I don't think the rivet bracelet was this good, as good as Michael Young restored it. So, there's a cure for everything.
But regardless, though, yes, I think an Explorer 2. I'd actually like to go black dial, and I know that's very cliche of me, but I mean, black dials are just, well, especially in this case, though, because everyone and their fucking mother's got a polar.
No, that's
So
not true.
Cars and Chronos has got a polar. Mathis just got the polar.
That's not true.
For a while, Archie had the polar. So everyone, I think Bear has the polar. Hell, even
Wait,
Archie has the polar right now for Explorer 2.
Mathis and Cars and Chrono, they have the 5-digit reference of the polar?
I'm pretty sure Cars and Chronos has both. Mathis just got the five digit reference.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah,
so
that's a great watch
everyone,
for
I
Mathis.
mean, it's right. I understand why everyone wants the polar. It's iconic. It's probably, arguably, I would say, the most iconic polar you can get for sports models across the board. Right? That's. I mean, I think that's probably a bold statement, but I don't think too many people would argue that too much. But I think that's what makes the black dial in this particular case a little bit more unique. Yes, it's less
No, no,
desirable. Yes,
no,
there's few of them
no,
out there,
no.
but you also get that kind of uniqueness factor.
Well, basically, I have two arguments against this. One, uh, I don't think there's less or more of any out there, because historically, the polar was actually the so-called dog of the range. So, there, even though it may be more desirable, there's a good chance that there are slightly less. There's probably an equal number. So I don't think it's a numbers game in this case between black and white. But when it comes to Polar Explorer 2, of course, just like the whole man on the moon thing, this was the watch that the pontiff was flogging to death for like 5 years in running. So, of course, it will show its effects at some level. And it's also just a pendulum swing. What was once unpopular becomes more popular, and then again will fade in popularity. But when it comes to a black dial Rolex watch, don't try to sell it to me as the connoisseur's choice, especially in the context of your collection. An Explorer 2 with the black dial is the obvious and boring choice. You have to go with the white dial, because every Rolex that you have, including the Datejust you just sold, is basically a black dial.
Yeah, it's a very underrated color. I'm glad you agreed with me, Lord.
I agreed with you. What? Do you not speak
Although
English?
the black dial is very underrated. Yeah, I tend to agree. Um,
How is it
the
under?
polar
I
is a
haven't
little
said I
cliche.
haven't said anything like that. It's overrated because everyone has a black dial Rolex watch.
Hmm. Look, I'm not gonna say yeah, no, that in itself is accurate. But when it comes to the vintage, if you will, Explorer 2s,
Mhm.
it seems like I see more people with the polars than I do with
Yep.
the blacks.
Yep.
And hence why I'm a little bit more drawn to the black dial Polar Explorer too.
I have to say, among collectors, the Polar is the more desirable. If you and generalize that to the larger public, I think it would be a pretty even game. But you're right. Yes, for people who collect watches, there's certainly a tendency to go with the Polar because it's unique in the Rolex sports range, right? There's no other watch like it. I mean, I guess the Yachtmaster 2 has a white dial of some sort, but I'm not going to compare it even. I'm not going to say anything about it, to be honest. Um,
I
yeah.
mean, I also hate white dials too, to be honest. I mean,
How you
we've
do?
we've been around this like a couple times
Yeah.
already. And, I don't buy white dials unless I'm absolutely stuck with doing so. But that being said, I will agree to what Peruka said there. Um, on the, I think the red, especially on the white dial, pops and is a little bit more bold.
Yeah.
Um, versus the orange. I feel like the orange kind of gets a little, I wouldn't say lost, but it just kind of just, you don't notice it or it's not in your face like the red hand is.
Hmm. Yeah. Look, another argument for for the white is this: the original Oyster Perpetual that was with Tenzing Norgay and Sir Edmund Hillary was a white dial, as you know, after which they designed the iconic Rolex Explorer with the 369 black dial. And all the way into the Explorer 2 lineage of today, the Polar has a certain evocation, I guess. That's why we don't simply call it white, because it was also used in the 90s by Erling Kage, who went to the North Pole, to the South Pole, and ascended Mount Everest finally, wearing 16570 with a white dial on his wrist. So it kind of checks a lot of different boxes. But I do understand, right? Within the watch collectors community, it is the predictable choice as opposed to the black. But the black also runs the risk of just being another Rolex sports watch with a black dial. And there are just too many of those. And you yourself have too many of those already.
You never have enough steals. As Arch would say, you never have enough hot steel sports Rolex.
Right. Which is why you should get the white dial as another hot steel sports Rolex.
Well, I mean, we can worry about the dials later, but it does add three things, much like the Pro would do as well. I
Okay.
get Steel Sports, I get a GMT function, and I get a date function, all kind of wrapped into one.
Right.
The only, I mean, I try and buy one as new as I can, of course, because the only downside is you have to be fragile with them. They're they're not real sports watches anymore. Their glory days are long behind them. You can't beat them
That's not
up. You can't get them wet.
that's not true. That's not true. A serviced and recently serviced Rolex watch from around the year 200 is just as reliable as a current model. The fact that they have different proportions shouldn't trick you otherwise. Look, the movement might be, according to certain technical specifications, maybe less shock absorbent, but in most cases you are not going to run the risk of doing that anyways. So when it
Well, I
comes
want
to
to be able
daily
to mow
use,
lawn with it, Lord. I want to be able to be on my ride mower.
no worries, no worries, that this will be just fine. This will be just fine. Trust me. But yes, no, I understand. It doesn't have to be new out of the box. But hey, if you want to get something closer to the last year of production as possible.
Well, I
By
see
all
David
means.
SW had a black dial from 2008 and then serviced in 2020, I believe.
Mhm.
And they only wanted 10, I think. Well, I think they wanted 11 for it by the time you were clocking out.
Let's see what they actually want for it if they still have it. Um, a black dial. Maybe this
Yeah, I think so.
August 28th is the warranty date. And does it say anything about a service? Not in the description. Maybe they show service papers. Yeah, they do, I think. No?
Wait, how? So on their website, does it just not bring it up? The details? That's a little weird. Because like on your phone, you can see it, or they'll list it.
Maybe I'm missing out. Additional information: David SW 1 year warranty, condition excellent. Yeah, maybe it's not this watch, man. Let me see. Maybe they have another one
Yeah,
in
August
that same range.
2008.
That's 2000.
Maybe I got my stuff mixed up. I thought this one was serviced in 2020.
Well, it doesn't say anything like that, but maybe this card. No, that's just a warranty card from 2008. Um, but yeah, I mean, this
I
watch
don't
looks.
know. I've been jumping around on different websites all day today,
Yeah.
so it's possible I got it mixed up here. But again, I run into the same issue. So this one's in a hell of a lot better condition than the one at my Minneapolis dealer. But again, I would get the kudo points essentially if I bought that jingly jangly one
Mhm.
at Wixon's versus buying one off of David SW. But quite frankly, I would like the one off of David SW because I know it actually went through a rigorous, maybe not rigorous, but it went through a process to look good and make sure everything was up to date.
Mhm. Does your AD offer a sort of in-house warranty as well?
1 year, I believe. Yeah, 1 year. And then, so they do the bare minimum of making sure everything's ready for the showroom floor. So they do a quick polish on it. They pressure test in house. And the problem I don't like, the only thing I don't like with their pressure test, um, if it barely passes, that's good enough for them. So they'll just claim it as a pass. And if it's if it's borderline, that's where I feel like it's, I don't know, I'm not very excited about that. As there was someone like with David SW, he would probably make
Chris
sure it passes with flying
Chris
colors.
Clues is here. Welcome. The UK is trickling in our last 15 minutes. Please upvote, guys, for the support, and we'll give our best to the show in the last 15. IG Wristwatchholic, Alex says, I would buy BB Pro for less than half price. Fair point. But, Joe, please complete the sentence. You know what's going to come after that. It may be half price, but it's not.
It's not hot, steel, sports, Rolex.
Exactly. Thank you. Chris Clue says, Piruka, that Swiss guy did a great stream yesterday. That Swiss guy has a lot of watch knowledge and is a good conversationalist, very underrated. I haven't caught the stream, but I'm sure he did really well. And Alex says, but it's not Rolex. And ultimately, that's what it comes down to. Look, I mean, for Joe at least, he in fact said as much. He said, I might be embarrassed by owning this watch. I might be ashamed. I feel like I would be owning a lesser product. I don't think that's the case. I think honestly, people say Tudor might become what Rolex was in the yesteryear. Tudor has already become what Rolex was in the 60s and 70s. Tudor uh, makes robust, reliable tool watches in a luxurious way. And they have become a fan favorite all over the world already. So they are, in fact, doing what Rolex did. And Rolex is trying to aim for something else. And they have been successfully doing that to the extent that us geeks started talking about the big four rather than just the so-called Holy Trinity, right? So Rolex is a different marker now. It's always been, it's long been um, great in retaining its value, and now a lot of models, from desirable vintage references to the most hyped up contemporary references, they have been trading really well and trading with premiums. And even in this market that's dipping, uh, Rolex is still good with retaining its value. So when someone makes a choice, makes a decision with their hard-earned money, I advise against approaching watches as investment, but I don't judge people for going for watches that will hold their value better over the long stretch of their time. So Rolex will always have that one step up on Tudor, just like Omega will have that one step up over Longines and Tissot, because they are a brand that's in direct relationship to that brand, and there's certain boundaries that are never going to be transgressed. Tudor is always going to be as independent as it is a subsidiary of Rolex, just like Omega has a standing within the Swatch Group that's higher than Longines and Tissot.
Yeah, so time will tell. I mean, I've got some time to think it over. Uh,
Mm.
who knows?
And Chris, by the way, the for the UK audience, I have great news in July. I hope I can start it early enough, but certainly in the second half of July, I will be doing midday streams on the reg. They'll be at least an hour long. So stay tuned for that. So hopefully I will catch up with you guys in real time in near future and be more consistent about it. I'm just trying to figure out the move as we speak. And once I complete that, it will be great. Uh, and Thomas G says, I don't like Tudor in general, but this wannabe Rolex BB Pro was a huge mistake. Okay. We have more or less completely disagreed with that point, Thomas, but thank you for bringing us a different perspective, because it's important to consider what is the opposite of what we just said. It screams wannabe and also way too thick. This is a consideration, right, that we brought up when it comes to BB Pro, that it might be thick, especially being 39 millimeters. I think it's nice proportions. It's too thick from what I expect, because Tudor always tricks me that way. It has the vintage aesthetics, but it's a thick contemporary sports watch. So I always take one step back after taking two steps into the realm of Tudor. Um, so I can't disagree with you when it comes to the thickness. I don't think it's too thick, but it's thicker than what I'm used to. Pause. But when it comes to the way it borrows so liberally from the Rolex heritage, I actually like it. When it comes to the proliferation of snowflake hands, I also hate it. So we kind of agree on certain parts, we disagree on others, but let's split the difference. I think this is a watch that will find a lot of fans over time. I don't think it's a momentary hype. I think they actually got most things right with this watch.
Yeah, you know what? I could always throw everyone for a loop and just buy a 40 mil pre-owned Submariner date, you know?
Just to exchange yours with something that has a date, because you do have a
No, I
Submariner
would
40.
want the no date and the date. Why not? Why not have both?
I don't disagree, Joe, necessarily. I'm not against that idea, that I think a collection can have a real Submariner and a Submariner date. But I would want some, one more distinction between them, if you
Right.
ask me.
Ideally, it would be like the Cermet, the Bluesy,
Right, something
the
like that.
Wasp.
Minimally, it needs to, if you're going to have a sub, even if it's the same generation, for example, you would have a no date sub and a Hulk, right? Or you would have
Right.
a no date sub and a Bluesy, like you said, no date sub uh, from the current generation, and a Cermet, something like that. So it's I think it needs to be a little more different. So to have two black subs from the 40, one with date, one with no date, that doesn't really make sense to me. Pardon me. Thomas G says BB58 is okay, has its own soul. Hey, I mean, look, I love the BB58 too. I actually um the thanks to the 369 dial, I would absolutely love to have a bronze Black Bay 58 in sometime in the future. Um, but yeah, that being said, I do like this watch. I still like this watch. Black Bay Pro is a great piece. Overall, I think it's a winner. And Fries with Mayo says, and a watch must sing. If I'm not in love with it, I cannot buy it. That's why we are trying to figure out what the right watch is for Joe. So out of those three, you are still leaning towards the 5-digit Explorer 2 16570.
Yeah, I would be, and I'd prefer to buy it from my Minneapolis dealer. I just don't know if I really want to buy that one that he's got right now. Uh,
Yeah, god damn it. I actually like this watch. But I will go try it on and I'll say it's too thick and end up not getting it. I know it.
I think you just hate it because it turns you green, Lord. It turns you green with envy.
Why would it?
It's bronze. Bronze is going to tarnish.
Oh, because it would turn green because it's bronze. Look, man,
I
I'm
mean,
an
it's consistent. It's going to happen one way or another. I mean, no one's ever created the perfect bronze watch. It's
yeah, I
not
mean, look,
possible.
I'm a dusty, musty fiker with an old soul, so I might actually like it when it turns green, and I might like it even more. Who knows? I'm a pervert, man. Um, when it comes to these watches, so that won't be my problem. But I will probably start complaining that it's too thick at some point. So, but I do like it, and I like the romanticism it inspires with the 369 dial. Truly, um, and people who might be also following me on Instagram. By the way, please, guys, do that. My page there is called Old New England. Here is the link. Um, I made a few posts in recent time about those watches, the 369 Rolexes, one of somewhat suspicious provenance, but supposedly a genuine mil-spec of the Big Crown era with a 369, so to say, Explorer dial. It's in a way best of both worlds, a Submariner and Explorer at once. Of course, the beautifully patinated tritium that's signified with that circle T on the dial against a classic black Rolex dial. That's one of the best and most beautiful thing in the world of vintage watches. And look at that strangely elongated coronet as well at 12 o'clock. Again, I don't know if this particular watch is original, but if it is, truly a beauty. But I have found from a slightly later era a Rolex ad that actually talks about how these 5513s, which as you can see have crown guards with an Explorer dial, were supplied to different navies in the world. So there's some possibility that those were actually in existence even at the Big Crown / no crown guard Submariner era, mil-spec Explorer dial Rolex Submariners. But that's just a great look. And I know it's not the same with the Tudor Black Bay 58 in bronze. I don't want it to be same, but I think it's a nice modern interpretation of it. Nicely stretched, ready to go for the last 2 minutes.
Well, Lord, when you got a chair that's fucked like mine, you have to do what you can to accommodate yourself. Maybe I should just get a trade in for a Tag Heuer and take the proceeds to buy a new chair. The leftover cash.
Yes, I mean I think that's great. Invest, sell your Datejust, which you already have basically, and get a Tag Heuer Accoracer from Bear's authorized dealer, and invest in some mid-century furniture for your house.
Yeah, there you go. There's a swell idea.
Any last words, Joe, about your journey, about your wet dreams with the Explorer 2 16570?
Nah, I could say something, but nah, it'd be too much. Be too much.
Being too much is pretty much your brand, but you have limits. I understand that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Guys, this has been a great ride again. Thank you for staying with us for 4 hours and a half. I called tonight's fight between Artur Beterbiev and Joe Smith Jr., which didn't even last 2 rounds. Beterbiev just steamrolled through his opponent and became a 3-belt unified champion in the light heavyweight division, potentially setting up in the future an undisputed fight against Dimitri Bivol, who just defended his belt very successfully indeed against Saul Canelo Alvarez, who is a great pound-for-pound fighter still, despite that loss. And then we shifted gears to talking about watches. We talked a little bit more about sports watches on leather straps and dress watches, and then talked about chronographs a little bit. And thankfully, Joe joined us to talk a little bit about his next watch purchase after selling his modern Datejust smooth bezel on an oyster bracelet after owning it for less than a month. And now he wants another watch with a Jesus. Now he wants another watch with a date function and ideally with a GMT hand. So we'll see. Okay, something interesting is going on there, so I will just let Beterbiev control. Jesus, what is he killing?
Come here, bitch. There we go.
What happened there?
Oh, there was a spider on the counter.
Oh, okay. Um, you you launched such a vicious attack that I didn't
Well, yeah,
know
because
what
he
was
was like one of those little tiny ones, you know. Like, I mean,
happening.
they're like the size of your thumbnail, but they're really quick, you know. They're not slow.
So yes, so Joe is either gonna get Black Bay Pro, a Seamaster 300 that has a plain blue dial without the wave dial, so the 41 millimeter case diameter, or alternatively, you will go with a 5-digit Explorer 2 16570. I think he's leaning towards the black dial. I tried to make him reconsider and get the white dial, the so-called Polar Explorer 2. In either case, I think that's the strongest choice. That's where my vote will go. For someone who is just dipping their toes in the world of watches, someone who is going to make their first luxury watch purchase, I might push them a little further the Black Bay Pro, brand new, something interesting to experience, something that carries on the Rolex heritage into the contemporary era. um, I like Tudor as a brand. I have a lot of respect, even though nothing has completely clicked for me as of yet. Um, but yeah, I love actually a lot of those watches in some way. I also recommended that he perhaps go to a mid 90s Seamaster 300, the first Omega Bond watch. That could be an option. So feel free to again rewind a little bit and roll back into that discussion. I think it was great. And Chris, thank you for again enjoying some of these on replay. um, I'm sure the length doesn't always help, but I know people from the continent and people from the UK do watch the replays, and I do appreciate that. Guys, in either case, I really am grateful to you for your support and presence. Please upvote on the way out. That's the best way to help. Share the link on other platforms, spread the word, tell all your friends. That really helps. If you do want to contribute in other ways, if you do want to support the channel and help me in making new exclusive and original content, you can always consider a PayPal contribution at lordhellespondv@gmail.com or use Cash App $LHVVV. And that information is included in that crawling ticker and the video description. I really appreciate you guys, and I will see you at the next time tomorrow. Thank you, Joe, for being with me and sharing your dreams with us. Take care.